Hi. Hello. Yeah, we have a doozy today to get through. It's gonna be interesting. Listen, we'll get to everything. Let's not jump the order of operations here. We've not even watched the video. We gotta do that first. We got a few things to get through. First thing being, before I start, I've not had lunch yet. So we'll do a little warm-up to get the voice going. We'll do a little warm-up to get the voice going here before we dive into this video, because it's gonna be, you may have noticed, first of all, it's Thursday. I don't stream on Thursdays. And second, I'm starting early. Reason, video is an hour long, meaning it's gonna take me a long time to get through. And on Saturday, I kinda don't want to watch a video. So, I'm having a separate stream to watch this. Because at least 1,000 people have either sent me the video, asked me to watch the video, have mentioned the video, so we're watching the video. That's how it's gonna go. So tired of casual defenders pissing on my head and telling me it's rain. Yeah, I'm generally annoyed by, not only with some of, like, the common gaslighting that that some of these guys use, but, just the general unwillingness to engage with any arguments that people put up in favor of quick play. They instead just dismiss them and, you know, try to twist casual mode to behave like quick play. That's, like, the main thing that irks me. Before we start, can I remind you about the Touhou playlist link from 2 streams ago? Yes, you've reminded me, and I will post it in the Discord. But, before we start, I'm gonna try this. A Kit Kat chunky peanut butter. Except this fucking candy bar is 500 calories. 518 calories to be exact, which is fucking insane. I'm not gonna eat the whole thing. But, holy god. It seems excessive for how big the bar is, which is not that big. But, we're gonna give it a shot. Smells really good. Like, wow. It actually smells like chocolate and peanut butter. Mind you, this is not an American product. This was made, I think it's European, I believe. Germany. Yeah, this is from Germany. So it's already, like, leagues above American chocolate. This is a German Kit Kat product. So how will it hold up in comparison to American Kit Kats? Already smells fantastic. Already smells fantastic. So, let's see if it's any good. It's not even comparable. Like, comparing this to American Kit Kat is like comparing a fine piece of dry-aged New York strip steak to a McDonald's hamburger patty. It's like, the two don't even come close to being fair in competition. This is insanely good. Wow. I'm eating the whole thing. I don't care. It's really good. I did not expect for it to be that tasty. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, best damn Kit Kat product I've ever had. Holy fuck. Guys, like, there's the inside. Man, that is fucking tasty. Holy moly. Payload races were never popular. Only mustard cupcakes have ever been popular. That's like another small point of contention that I think is so stupid, like the simple falsehood that, oh, payload race was never popular, which is just not true. I'm okay with having this for lunch today. We'll splurge a little bit. No, yeah, but 500 calories is a bit nuts. To be exact, if I can get the label up here. It's all fucked up. 528 kilocalories for this bar. Which is a little nuts. Oh wait, no, they do like the weird thing where they do it like per 100 grams, and I don't think this is a 100 gram bar. No, this is a 42 gram bar. So it's less than that, I lied. This is like a 240 calorie bar. Why do they do that? Why do they do it per 100 grams? Yeah, I feel way less guilty for eating this now. This is fucking good. It's a strange standard to not just put the amount of calories that are in the package. I feel like that's easier, but that's just me. That right here, that is a 10 out of 10 product. Highly recommend, because that is fucking delicious. Again, it blows any American Kit Kat bar not only out of the water, but sky high. Because, oh my god. American Kit Kats suck by comparison. Lawyer here? Lawyer here? EU rules and standardization of measurement. Sure. I guess it makes sense, but it makes it very inconvenient for the consumer. Can you get in America? Apparently, yeah. Because I got these as a... I got a couple of those as a Christmas gift. So they sell them somewhere here in America. Somewhere. And yes, I do like dark chocolate. Okay. So, we better get going, because this is a very, very long video. Alright? This is a long-ass video, and a couple of ground rules here. Couple of ground rules here before I get started. You guys need to fucking cool it with the you know, the ad hominem personal attack bullshit, because that just plays into exactly what Fish and other people expect for people that, you know, don't exactly agree with what they say. That's what they expect people to do. Anyone talking shit about whatever the hell is going on between him and his mom in chat, I'm just gonna ban you. That's like an immense low blow. You don't bring up another person's mom, because that's just shitty, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the game. It has absolutely nothing to do with the quick play versus casual argument. It's just you being a fucking asshole. I'm just gonna ban you immediately. So don't do it. And if my mods catch you, they will just ban you. No arguments, and you will not be unbanned. Simple as that. And anyone else doing anything that's like treating him unfairly and otherwise not addressing the arguments presented in this video or things he did in relation to this video, just don't even try. It's stupid. That's not what we're here for. People want this fucking epic drama war where we fucking sling names at each other and fight each other with giant ear cleaners, but I really don't give a fuck about him as a person. I really care about having a conversation that'll hopefully get the game fixed. And this video is really, really bad. I already watched it, because he previewed it on his stream last week, or earlier this week, whenever it was. He previewed it on his stream, but then he left the VOD up, and so basically anyone could go watch it, and so I watched it beforehand. I was like, I was this tempted to like reach out to him and go, hey, you probably shouldn't post this, simply by nature of one, how really just mediocre your arguments are, and second, some of the low blows and jabs you take at people that are in opposition to what you stand for, that's really, really not going to go over well. So, but I didn't, because I don't think he would have listened to me, so as a result, we now have what's effectively amounted to a bit of a dumpster fire of a video. It makes a few good points, but most of them are unnecessary in the face of him just dancing around the overarching point that a lot of people keep bringing up, and I keep bringing up, in that most of the arguments in favor of casual mode are basically making casual mode function and behave like quick play, you know? That's like what most of this boils down to, and the video is really just him dancing around saying that, and instead painting people that want quick play. We'll get to it because it's at the end of the video. We'll get to it because it's toward the end. It's laced in the video here and there, so it's interesting. And after we're done, we'll go through a few of the comments, because the comment section, like, as soon as the video came out, because it had already been public and people were watching it, people were basically prepared to jump on it and shut it down, because just not good. Not a smart execution, not smart to preview it on stream and then leave it public for people to watch. It immensely backfired, and I don't think he was anticipating this. At least not to this degree. And the dislike ratio is not good either, for what will be very clear and apparent reasons momentarily. So, shall we just get started? We'll just get started. Adjust volumes here so you guys can hear the video. I disagree with this video overall. The only semi-agreeable stuff is the quality of life casual stuff, except for the fact that he comes to flawed conclusions by dodging quick play. That's ultimately what this happens in this video. The snark and personal attacks in the description and pinned comment only serve to turn me off from his side even before watching. Yeah, don't do that. No, yeah, that's like the last thing you want to do. Take it from me. Like, don't. The last thing you want to do is overtly insult and take a jab at the people that you're wanting to have a conversation with, which he said. We'll get to it. We haven't even started. So let's just go.
Last year's summer update was a pretty middle-of-the-road update. Like, hey, it's no Winter 2021, but it's not exactly in the same caliber as, the one that made me a lot of money. But it did carry with it an interesting change to the way casual works.
I want to get this video out and over with, so it won't be up to my usual editing standards. Get ready for a lot of unrelated B-roll. So, this is unrelated to, like, casual quick play arguments. I understand wanting to get a video out, you know, for the sake of getting it out, because if this is your job, which it is for Fish, you know, you want to get something out, and you want it to, you know, so you can get your money. But when you're making a video like this, where you know it's a contentious topic, it's probably not in your best interest to rush it out and, well, and have what happens. Worst part is most people wouldn't even notice or care if you didn't draw attention to it. You mean this video? I mean, yeah, it's true. The video is effectively dead. It got 20,000 views in one day, which is kind of abysmal compared to what Fish normally gets on his other, like, bad Weapon Academy videos, so... No, and yeah, I think I do believe he wanted to get this out while the topic is hot, not that the topic is gonna get cool anytime soon. So, again, not really doing himself any favors here by rushing a video out. So...
even if it was a relatively minor one.
Like, if I was in his position, I would have a video like this take as much time as it needs in order to get my arguments all in a row and everything, you know, addressed and you know, and squared away, and then have other videos kind of released in the meantime, if it's a concern to have, like, a video out. But, yeah.
But it's one that I think could herald a positive future for casual mode, since it is in need of a bit of TLC since it's hardly been touched ever since Blue Moon. So I wanted to talk about some of the changes and improvements I'd like to see in future updates to hopefully get a discussion going that's, you know, actually constructive and practical. So the summer...
Like, already poisoning the well. Like, yes, I want to have a practical and constructive discussion, but here we already have the other side of the argument that I don't like. So you've already shot yourself in both feet by showing that you don't want to have a constructive and practical discussion when you already don't want to talk with the people that are on the other side of the aisle. Smart move. It's very, like, it's really needlessly antagonistic for no good reason. And passive-aggressive. Like, come on. We're not even a minute into the video.
Our update made it so that the end of the round timer that goes off during the map vote and final scoreboard was cut in half, from 30 seconds to 15 seconds. This is a pretty substantial change and a very beneficial one. It gives players enough time to see how everyone did and vote for a new map without keeping them twiddling their thumbs for too long.
And no one stays. I mean, everyone still leaves when the round is over. Chopping off 15 seconds doesn't address the overall arcing problem that is the end round map vote, the server reset, and the pre-round timers. Every single game, most of the time, that lasts less than 10 minutes. I sent you a voice memo in DMs. Can you play it out loud, but don't show our DM so they don't see the... Okay, sure. I can do that.
This is one of the big complaints that Lister...
Alright, where are you, Richter? He wants you to play his voice message.
You know, this guy fish stick on a stick. I've disliked this guy forever. You know, press 1 in chat if you think this guy deserves to be.
I'm not gonna let that one play out. Richter, that's not what we're here for, buddy. That's not what we're here for. All right, we're looking at his arguments. We're not looking at him as a person. Okay. I'm not doing it. I love it. The last thing I want to do is give them like more ammo to like dig his heels in even more. So don't just, well, we're not doing that. All right. As funny as it would have been, just no, we're not doing it.
Made in his video covering the many problems that plague casual. A video I find incredibly agreeable, so much so that I basically canceled any plans I had to make a similar one because I felt he handled it so well.
Yes, I also highly recommend everyone go back and watch Lister's video because it is very good and basically hits the nail on the head for like 98% of casual mode's problems and like boom, 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 and in a very neat in a row thing. So
conversations changed a bit since that video came out, so I felt the need to say my piece. Anyway, the big issue that he brought up a lot is that there's lots of waiting in casual, with queue times to end of round times and beginning of round times, to such an extreme degree that many people simply find it more practical to leave the game and re-queue to get into a game faster, as opposed to sticking around for the next game.
Which leads and again, shortening the end round map vote down to 15 seconds did not change anything. Everyone still leaves the server because, you know, chopping off 15 seconds from what usually amounts to up to 2 to 3 minutes of additional waiting really doesn't make a difference when you can just re-queue and find a new game faster, which only results in the following game starting in what's either a half-empty or nearly completely empty server, which then the matchmaker has to repopulate, usually before the game starts, resulting in a good chunk of the game, the following game, not having all players in the server, and then by the time it finally fills back up again, the game is already over. Rinse and repeat, cycle begins again, game sucks. Yeah, it's a problem. This is probably one of the biggest problems that we have with casual mode, is the incessant downtime and incessant amount of interruptions between our play sessions.
Dead lobbies, which leads to everyone else also requeuing, and it just sucks. It's a big negative feedback loop that ultimately results in spending way less time actually playing the game than is ideal. So another easy fix is to do the same thing for the pre-round timer. Just cut the time down to get people started in the game way faster. Now, how long the currently existing pre-round timer lasts is actually dependent on...
once again, we're going down this path of like, here are suggestions for casual mode that are basically going to make it function like quick play, but it's not going to be a full reversion because, well, you just can't do it. It's another band-aid fix that doesn't address the underlying problem that is the matchmaking system itself and the server rules that make your typical game incredibly short. It's like the main problem with casual mode, and I've said this a million times, it's not so much the downtime in between matches. I mean, queue times are typically very short. I mean, according to my casual mode dataset, and I promise I'm getting that video out as soon as I can. According to my casual mode dataset, your typical queue time is less than 15 seconds. It's very fast, and then the amount of downtime between your games, it sucks. It's like 2 to 3 minutes, you know, but all of that downtime between games would not be a problem if the matchmaking system did not make the overwhelming majority of your matches less than 10 minutes long. It's very heavily game mode dependent. Game modes like Payload offer the greatest amount of playtime, whereas Capture the Flag, King of the Hill, and 5 Control Point offer the least amount of playtime, but instead of addressing the underlying issue, which is the matchmaker causing these really, really, really short play sessions, here are some more band-aid fixes to just chop down the wait time instead of like making us be able to play longer. Very annoying.
How many people are currently in the match. The more people there are, the shorter the timer. There have been plenty of instances where the pre-round timer was actually a lifesaver in terms of getting a solid group of people into what would otherwise have been a dead lobby, so I don't think...
And that's like something else too. That wasn't a problem before Meet Your Match. Like, rarely if ever. Because players actually had more of an incentive to stay in the server during a reset because it was just the reset. The game would instantly end, and the map would just change, and then you could keep playing. And if you voted for the same map, no one would leave, you would just keep playing. So there was never a need to have this longer pre-round timer in order to get everyone back into a dead lobby that was killed because you had this massive amount of downtime in between. So it's like we have another band-aid fix on a problem that simply did not exist before, at least not on a wide scale, before Meet Your Match came out. And let me make something clear, right? Let me make something clear. During Quick Play, the way Quick Play worked, and I'll be repeating myself a whole bunch of times, right? During when we had Quick Play, and he brings this up later, like this is a suggestion he brings up later on, or at least he mentions it if my memory serves. We didn't have like a best of 3 or a 2-round limit in order to satisfy the necessity of a win-loss condition for a matchmaking system. Instead, maps just ran on a 45-minute map timer. So already, just having that would ensure that most of your games are not going to be less than 10 minutes. You're automatically guaranteed to have a much longer play session. And then when you come all the way to the map boat, simply because the map is changing, and it could be changing to a map that people did not want to play on, yeah, sometimes during Quick Play, people would leave because it's changing to a map they did not want to play on, or again, they didn't want to, wait on like the server resetting, they're just going to go find another server, what have you. That also happened with Quick Play, but not nearly anywhere as frequently, not anywhere nearly as frequently as it happens with casual mode, because of the frequency of the disruption and the length of the disruption is so much worse than it was with Quick Play, and the additional problem where if you vote for the same map, the server just resets anyways, which was not mandatory downtime that Quick Play had. So again, having this longer pre-round timer was not really needed because, 1, people would usually stay in the server, and 2, you didn't have this clunky matchmaker trying to match people by skill. It would just throw people into a server and then you would just start playing. So he's suggesting shortening it, which is already a step in the right direction. I agree, like on principle, that's a good thing to do. But then we're just going back to Quick Play, and Quick Play just had a flat 30 seconds. After the map changed, it was a flat 30 seconds, and then the game would just start. You didn't have to wait for everyone to finish loading in. Like, that wasn't even a concept. It wasn't even a problem before Meet Your Match came out. 2 Fort is popular because it plays for 30+ minutes. That is actually true. Again, going back to my casual mode dataset, 2 Fort is the most popular map in the game on average. It makes up 13% of all games played because no one seeks the objective, and you just get to play indefinitely and without interruption. It's like no wonder people flock to that map the most. Do you think attention spans becoming worse affects people's conditioning to casual mode short sessions? Like the idea of playing for 45 minutes on the same map seems unfathomable to casual supporters? I think it's more so the idea of not having a hard win-loss condition and having a matchmaking system build games for you, at least in a first-person shooter, is a very foreign concept to younger people because that's just been the modern standard for so long that being presented with anything else is gonna like confuse them. Like they think like, what the fuck is this? They don't know how to handle it. But like a 45-minute map timer does not mean you are forced to play for 45 minutes. What does a 45-minute map timer give you? Well, as is with casual mode, you already have the agency to come and go as you please. That's just how TF2 has always been, except for the first 2 days of Meet Your Match when Valve tried to enforce a hard matchmaking system, which backfired, and they had to walk that back, right? Since you have the freedom to come and go as you please, you, the player, have the autonomy to control your amount of playtime. And with a 45-minute map timer, you can take as much uninterrupted playtime as you want. You want to play for a couple of rounds, you want to play for 5 rounds, you want to play for 10 rounds, the whole 45-minute timer, that's entirely under your control. You don't need a matchmaking system and what I keep calling the Tabasca stores, like telling you when it's time to go. It's like I would rather have the additional agency to choose how much time I get to play, instead of having the game telling me it's time to go, with much shorter play sessions and all of the downtime in between. So. Oh wait, there's another one, sorry. He tweeted about the dislikes. I guess some people really don't want to see TF2 improve. That, I saw that tweet, and that is such incredibly bad faith. It honestly does kind of feel like rage bait to like get negative reactions as a justification for not discussing this more. It does kind of feel like that, but I think he actually thinks that. Like, I think he genuinely believes the only way to get beneficial changes that have a chance is to like, oh, we just need changes for casual mode, when like, this is Valve. We can have anything under the sun. This is a company with infinite resources and manpower. We can absolutely demand for more. Not that reverting to quick play is any like monumental task when all of that code already exists in the game, and is instead probably less work than having to apply Lord knows how many additional band-aid fixes to get casual mode to provide effectively the same experience. To me, that makes no sense. Like, the most direct way and easiest way to make the game perform better is to simply go back to the pre-existing system that, I'll say it again, was not perfect. This is something I'll repeat again a million times through this. Quick play was not perfect. It absolutely had its problems. But quick play, with those problems, still provided an infinitely better experience than casual mode did, which is something that none of these videos ever address. They never, ever, ever address the arguments that quick play supporters bring up, because they know that as soon as they do, and it's all going to point in one direction, and that direction is that casual mode is worse. That's why they don't do it. And instead, they kind of dance around it by suggesting changes that make casual mode function more like quick play without ever really saying it, and that's really frustrating. Want to specify that the Goy Golem guy made me look like a fool. I was under the impression his second video was going to be constructive. Don't collaborate with people you've not really spoken with. That's rule number one that I figured out like back in 2018. Don't collaborate with people that you don't know. Bad idea. Never turns out well. Anyway. Yeah, saying that it's people that don't want to see TF2 improve is simply not true, because why do you think people are arguing in favor of quick play? It's because casual mode sucks, and quick play's experience was so much better. We want the game to improve because we know the quality of our playtime was better back then with a system that actually made better games and provided that better experience. It's not like we're being intentionally disruptive. I saw some fucking idiot saying like, well, people only defend quick play because they have an axe to grind. No, you fucking idiot. We want quick play back because the games were better. The game was more fun. We had so much more player agency and freedom to curate our experience and play how we want, for however long we want, with whoever we want, with or against whoever we want. And all of those freedoms and agencies were stripped away in favor of this shitty matchmaking system that people are still advocating to have more band-aids slapped onto it instead of just removing it entirely, which is what Valve should have done on day one. And here we are 10 years later, making the same fucking arguments that were being made when this first came out. State of the quick play debate. For me to begin talking to you about this thing that is killing the game, you will first need to concede that the best choice is mathematically impossible for no reason. No, yeah, that's something else too. Like, the premise of the video, and then this is like some of the comments that Fish made, is like, well, quick play's not coming back, and just because it's not, I just know it's not. It's not coming back. Like, dude, how do you know? Like, do you speak for Valve? Are you an arm for Valve? You know every decision they're going to make? It just reminds me of things like the bot crisis and unmuting free-to-plays. And sure, these things aren't equal in terms of, like, the amount of work, like unmuting free-to-plays, or the severity of the situation, like with the bots, but this reminds me of all the people saying, well, don't ask for these things, because, well, Valve just won't do it. They won't do it. They're just not gonna bother. Like, I heard that so many times with both of those things, as if these people speak for Valve, as if they know what they're gonna do. No one knows what the fuck Valve is gonna do. No one speaks for Valve here, right? I hate that shit so much. Like, you don't know shit, right? Come on. You have an axe to grind, you have meds to take. It's a little harsh. Anyway, we're not even 3 minutes into this. We got to keep going.
It all together is the right call. However, even at its shortest, it can still feel like you're waiting around for no good reason.
Yeah.
Especially on game modes like Payload and Attack Defend, where you're already waiting for the game to
'Cause,
start
like,
during set.
Everyone's already there. Most of the time, your timer does not need to be more than 30 seconds. So it really should just be 30-second timer, flat, that's it.
Up time once that timer does actually reach 0. I think that if all 24 players are in the match, hell, even 22 players, then it should start almost immediately. Like a 5 or 10-second timer max, just to give people enough time
No,
to
it's a
connect
bad
to the
idea.
server upon the map change.
No, it's a bad idea. You still need to give a decent enough buffer for people to load into the next map, because this is something that Valve can't control. You can't control how quickly people are going to be able to load into the next map because Valve can't control player hardware. Like, it needs to be at minimum 30 seconds, because there's always going to be like a handful of players that are playing on a potato laptop. It's going to take them at least 30 seconds to boot up the next map. So 5 to 10 seconds, nah, you gotta have the full at least 30 seconds for people to swap over, because having everyone there and present, 22 to 24 players with just the 30 seconds is very, very rare. And again, like I said earlier, it wouldn't be that big of a problem with 45-minute map timers, because the frequency at which people bail out of a server because they have to wait would go way down.
The only thing that people are doing during the pre-round is showing off their taunts. We don't need like 45 seconds dedicated to that every single match we play. There's not enough taunts to show off.
It's kind of funny because, like, part of me feels like that was a semi-deliberate decision by Valve. Like, obviously, not the main reason why they put the pre-round timer in there. The only reason why the pre-round timer exists, extending beyond 30 seconds, is so everyone has a chance to load in and get ready to play before the game starts, right? Because that's how matchmaking systems work. That's the fundamental requirement for a skill-based matchmaking system, is every player must be present and loaded in and ready to go, because they have to have a fair, equal game based on a skill level, right? But also, some part of me thinks that, like, okay, if we give people more downtime, that's more time for people to look at their unusuals and their skins and go, wow, this guy's like, he's gonna be the best player because he's got like a triple unusual combo. I feel like that's something Valve would think, like, would cook up as a way to get people to open more cases.
Now existing shorter endgame timer, this will create a much nicer feedback loop where players are more likely to stick around as opposed to requeuing.
It's still
Since
not
one
the
of the main
problem,
reasons
though.
they're doing that in the first place is to get into games faster, assuming they are sticking around to the end of the game at least. This also means they won't have to go through frequent queue times, which is especially helpful in lower traffic areas like
Also just not true, because you're still not addressing the main problem, which is how short games are. You know, the disruptiveness of casual mode is the main reason why people keep requeuing. Like, yeah, sure, the long server reset, pre-round timer, all that fucking sucks, but it wouldn't be as nearly as big of a problem if most games didn't last under 10 minutes. That's like the big fucking problem that causes for people to requeue all the time, and even before the game ends, because of issues with game balance that I know this video does not really address at all, at least not in a constructive way or a meaningful way. We'll get to that later.
Australia and South America. You get in one game and you can stick with it as long as you want with as little downtime as possible. If players do still requeue mid-match, it's probably...
And that's something else too. That was also another problem. I'm going to be pausing all the time. People are going to get pissed. That was also not a problem that existed before Meet Your Match. In low population regions, it was so much easier to get into servers and to hop around servers because you had more consistently populated servers, first of all, because, you know, once low populations regions had an even harder time getting into a game, the number of players in those regions just started dwindling down, thus making it even harder to get into a game in the modern sense. But just having the player agency of things like ad hoc connections, finding, you know, servers in the server browser, all of those things led to more consistently populated games, and also the lack of disruptiveness because games just lasted longer. You weren't constantly scrambling trying to find a server with like the one of the 5 populated servers with a slot in it. You just got to keep playing. As I said, there's no quick play debate. One side is providing evidence and reason as to why quick play is better than matchmaking. The other is screeching because BAP people, TM, want quick play back. Again, I think the reason why they're hesitant to support quick play is, well, various reasons. One, they don't like some of the people associated with it. And from what I've seen from Fish especially is like, a small handful of people that are annoying. I don't deny that. A small handful of people that are annoying. You know, he hyper focuses on those people, but then uses this big sweeping paintbrush to paint everyone that's in support of quick play as if though they behave the same way and believe the same shit and talk in the same way, which is simply not true. He does that later in the video. You know, it's like, yeah, that's like why they don't want to like approach the quick play stuff, because like they hyper focus on a handful of negative or annoying comments and instead like don't address the actual arguments. It's like,
because that match sucks, but we'll get into that later. By eliminating the need to re-queue after the game has ended, you ensure that the matches of good quality that people get into will effectively last a lot longer, instead of more or less needing to go back to spinning the wheel of fate with every game you get into. I think it'll take a little while for some players to break the habit of auto re-queuing, but I also think that people will be more inclined to stick around for good games for longer periods of time if given the chance to do so. I think more people
and that's like something else he's kind of skirting around here. It's like, first of all, and also, yeah, why must the game end? Like, for what reason does the game need to end because you have the best of 3 win condition or the 2-round limit? Only reason why it needs to end is because you have to have a scoring condition for the matchmaking system in order to bump your skill rank or change it based on your performance, what have you. It's the only reason why a game must end. Because before, games would just go on indefinitely and you would play for as long as you wanted to, and then the map would reset after 45 minutes, because 45 minutes on one map is a pretty good chunk of time, and most people have had their fill by that point and want to go play something else. Or they can vote to keep playing on the same map and just keep going. And also, yeah, adding words like good matches or good games when thinking about a matchmaker is just all wrong for TF2. No way the matchmaker is even capable of that nowadays. So, like, that's also something that irks me, is like the language of good games, because there's the issue of having a lot of bad games that you can do nothing about. Whereas before, because this wasn't a problem either, like, you didn't have to constantly hop around to find a good game, because once you got into a server and you got into a steamroll, we had tools that existed to shake things up and rebalance teams, so you could just keep playing without the need to completely abandon the shit game in order to find a good one. Again, another problem introduced by Meet Your Match that did not really exist with Quick Play. Because what happened when you got into a Quick Play server, right? What happens when you got into a Quick Play server? Oh shit, here's a steamroll. Oh, okay. Teams get scrambled. You have a new skill discrepancy between teams, likely a much smaller one, and you just get to keep playing without wasting even more of your time leaving the server and trying to find a better game, subjecting yourself to the wheel of fate, as Fish said, right? Moreover, if you're in a good game and then the game ends, right, and then it's going to go to a different map, which it almost usually always does, it's probably going to go to a map that people don't want to play on. People are still going to leave anyways, so this is just a semi-soft, semi-sticky band-aid that doesn't completely address the issue, which is, again, short games.
You give it a try with the currently existing
and bad games that have zero hope of being balanced out, so you just have to leave. And then you have the underlying core issue of why games are so bad in the first place, which comes to the fundamental flaws with the matchmaking system that this video does not address at all. Jarvis intentionally misrepresent my opposition to poison the well and kneecap any future discourse over petty drama. That's name of the game on the internet.
System if they get into a really fun game just to see if it improves things over constantly re-queuing, but I understand if my audience alone isn't enough to fill up more than a couple of slots per game to make this process more tolerable. Okay, so quick addendum while I'm in the process of editing here. I was recently talking with Wheezy about this, and apparently this may have already been added in some capacity.
We have no idea what changes Valve made to the matchmaking system recently that increased queue times. We have no idea. Everything you see anyone say is completely hypothetical. There's nothing in the code, there's nothing we know going on. All we can do is kind of reactively assume what Valve did based on how the matchmaking system is behaving now. Like queue times are very fast now. Like, you know, it certainly made queue times snappier if you're lucky, if you're queuing for the top 25 maps in the game. You know, the queue times are like, what, 5-10 seconds? Which, again, was never the problem. The major problems were not the queue times outside of the update season where queue times get abysmal because you have, like, 150 maps in the rotation or more. But Valve did address some things. Cross-region parties aren't broken anymore, which they weren't broken before, and then they broke them some years ago, and then they fixed it. So it's not like it was a long-standing problem. It was something they broke and just didn't really address until a few years later, right? And then then this is something else I noticed too, is that the pre-round timer mostly just goes straight to 60 seconds and then just runs down the whole 60 seconds. I don't know if that was an intentional change, at least when I've been, playing casual mode to get footage for this next video. It almost always runs down the full 60 seconds, sometimes going down to 30, but mostly always 60. And I oftentimes find myself waiting even more. I find myself waiting even more now that it does that, which is kind of frustrating. But that's my anecdotal experience. Again, we don't really know what they changed, but...
After a recent behind-the-scenes update, he mentions that the beginning of round timer basically skips over a minute and a half of wait time almost instantly, and pretty much defaults to the 60-second wait time. I still personally think that's way too long for the vast majority of wait
Which is
times.
true, yeah.
And
It
still
needs to
think
be
if
30
enough
seconds
people are
flat.
in the server,
30 seconds flat, that's it.
it should go down to like 10.
Like, yes, the sentiment is there. We should not have to wait this long to start playing. 30 seconds, done.
15 seconds at most.
Just how it was.
But I'll gladly take 60 seconds of waiting over the previous maximum wait time of 150 seconds.
Which
Plus
is horseshit.
sometimes another 60 seconds when it randomly resets for no reason.
It still does that, by the way. Like, every now and again, it'll still randomly reset because people leave.
I don't know why it does that. Much like the rest of...
It happens when people leave. This is just, again, completely anecdotal, so I don't know the exact reasons why it resets. Because it's based on the number of people in the server. If it suddenly drops too low, then it'll reset. Or if the team sizes get significantly misbalanced because like a party left or something, then the timer resets to like even things out and get more people in.
TF2, casual seems to have been built on a foundation of hopes and dreams. Speaking of the map change, this is something that's always bugged me about casual. When you vote to play on the same map again, which is a very popular choice since a lot of people fucking love playing on the same map over and over again.
I mean, that's also true, but a lot of people also vote for the same map because they did not have their fill of the map they're playing on, because games are usually insanely short. So they would like to keep playing on the same map instead of having to go gamble to get on that same map again. I find myself doing that all the time. Like the other day I was trying to get 5 control point footage and I managed to get on Freight. I got in a fucking full Freight server for the first time in Lord knows how long, but one round was already over and we were pushing into last, and so I got to play for like 2 minutes. And so I was like begging people in chat, please, please vote for Freight. And then they didn't, and it went, and that sucks, right? That's like the main reason why people vote for the same map again. Because back during quick play, again, 45 minutes of the same map is usually more than enough for most players. Some people genuinely enjoy just playing the same map over and over and over again. A lot of people do that. You gotta be in a certain mood to like grind on Hightower for 6 hours, which I used to do. And sometimes do if I'm in the rare mood. But most players are good with 45 minutes on one map. They've had their fill, time to move on to something else, right? So, what he's about to say...
It restarts the entire server, which forces you to sit through the end of round timer, and the server reload, and the pre-round timer. This is especially frustrating during games where you join in at the very end of the round.
Which is something else that rarely, if ever, happened with quick play, simply by nature of having a 45-minute map timer, and not games lasting 5 to 10 minutes, and being able to be placed into that game at any point up until the last second of the game ending. So,
everyone's voting for the same map again already. I'd like to avoid the process of effectively needing to sit in.
Yeah, so again, this is just something that existed in quick play, right? So once again, it's like, here's this change for casual mode that already existed in quick play. Like, yes, this is something good. Like, this would be great, right? But if we're already making such substantial changes that are once again, in complete violation of a matchmaking system, and this is like the other argument that like no one wants to address, right? And that's something else too. Like, I don't know why Fish takes a certain level of pride, because I've heard him say this on some stream clips of his. He takes a certain level of pride of not having seen my Meet Your Match video. And I get it, like, you don't have, it's not like a requirement in order to watch it, but if you were to watch that video, then you would understand a majority of the arguments that people make in favor of quick play, right? And he takes a certain level of pride in not having seen it, and if he had watched it, I would think, at least I'd like to think, he would understand, like, oh, okay, there are some fundamental issues here with like making these band-aid fixes that are completely antithetical to the skill-based matchmaking system's existence in the first place. Because if you're no longer resetting the map at the end of the match with the mandatory win-loss condition in order to change your skill rank accordingly to put you into the next balanced game, as soon as you remove that, that is once again another backtrack. That is once again another backpedal that Valve would be performing, once again conceding that skill-based matchmaking, let alone a matchmaking system that reserves slots on teams before players loading in, is simply incompatible. It is incompatible with a fucking game like Team Fortress 2. So why tolerate another halfway reversion, like another band-aid fix, and not just go back to the system that didn't have any of these problems and a whole bunch of antithetical changes kind of fighting with each other just for the sake of keeping it? Or because it's somehow easier to slap on more band-aid fixes onto this shambling system? I don't really understand the logic. That's not something I've understood in any defensive casual mode when we already have so many additional changes. Not so many, a few big ones, like letting people come and go as they please, letting games begin before all players connect. And then this proposed change of not having to reset the server every time. Like, if we're making all of these changes that are antithetical to a matchmaking system, let's just remove the matchmaking system and all the problems that come with it. That did not exist when we had quick play. That is then, like, again, the main argument that no one wants to address. Pride over not watching a video, buddy. I do that every day and you don't see me posting it. I don't know, man. I feel like you're gonna, of course, people are gonna interpret this as like me tooting my own horn here, but like, I made that video as a reference. I made that video as a reference for people to go back to look at how quick play actually functioned, to understand its history, know the changes that Valve made and why, and then also understand all of the changes they were making leading up to Meet Your Match, why they did it, the fallout afterwards, and why casual mode is so much worse than quick play. Like, that's why I made it, is so it's a good, solid reference for people to go back to and cite, like, oh, okay, this is what happened and why. Or like a specific mechanical change happened, right? The whole timeline is there. The whole philosophy is there. 98% of that philosophy being said by Valve themselves. So, and like, you don't watch it and then take a certain level of pride in not watching it and then attempt to address the arguments that all these people are making in favor of quick play that are also based on that video. Like, and this is something else that bugs me too. Like, you, again, dude, you rush this video arguing in favor of casual mode and against people that want quick play without doing your research. Like, you have to do your research if you're wanting to make anything that resembles a well-structured argument in favor of something that you want or against something that you don't want or don't agree with. And you couldn't even do that because you wanted to rush this video out for one reason or another. And it's like, are you really surprised when people are not exactly happy with the final product here? And also how you're addressing the people on the other side of the aisle, right? Like, there's even people in his comment section, because I was scrubbing through the comments last night. There's people in his comment section saying, hey, we don't like Zesty. We think he sucks, but he's right. That video he made is right, you know? And if you're not going to watch it, you're kind of doing yourself a disservice by not informing yourself on what these arguments actually are, and instead just writing them off as, you know, these arguments, these non-arguments that are coming from people that you think are just parroting them because their favorite YouTuber said them, and then write them off as a grift. Your words, not mine. You call it a grift. You called me a grifter. You call people that agree with the notion that quick play is better or should come back as grifting, instead of actually addressing the arguments. It's so frustrating, and this goes back to, like, the point I made during the Mastercom stream, is that, like, anytime we want to have a constructive conversation about this, the people that want quick play back, we kind of have no control here, because all we have to do is just kind of sit here and wait for these guys to make a new argument in order for us to, like, react to it and respond to it, because they kind of set the pace here. They set the argument here because they don't respond to ours. They instead make new ones or shoot down the ones we make and don't actually address them. And it just, we keep doing this stupid back and forth game of telephone, but the wire's been cut. It's so frustrating. I hate it. Anyway.
another, even a longer queue time again for a match that most of the
But yes, this is a good idea that we had with quick play. Moving on.
people in it are already queuing out of. I would like to see this process completely eliminated on the condition that the same map is voted for again. Just start up a new match right then and there and run the teams through auto scramble to mix things up, especially in the event of a roll. Maybe you
There we go. You can have a scramble. But then we have another problem. And I've described... Oh my god, my voice is going to get fucking tired. I'm sorry. That's why I started this stream early, because we have a lot to get through. Yeah, auto scramble. Something that does already happen when a server resets. You guys may have noticed this before. But if you stay in the server for a reset and everyone stays in the game, everyone stays in the server, teams get scrambled anyways, right? So what's the point of resetting the server if the same map is chosen, if you're just going to keep playing on the same map anyways, and teams are going to get scrambled and make a new skill discrepancy? So what's the point of having all of this meaningless downtime when, with quick play, you would play 2 rounds, right? Or you'd play a few rounds, and if one team won twice in a row, the teams would get automatically scrambled, and you'd get new teams with a fresh skill discrepancy, and then you just get to keep playing without interruption. And you just kept doing that for all game modes, right? For all game modes. And this goes back to the disruptive nature of casual mode in game modes like King of the Hill, Capture the Flag, 5 Control Point. Most of the time, you have 2 short rounds, and then you're done. But if you want to keep playing on the same map, you vote for it, but then you have like a full round's worth of downtime before you start playing again. What's the point of that if you're not only going to keep playing on the same map, but teams are going to get scrambled anyways? Again, imposing this useless downtime for the sake of imposing a skill rank that doesn't work. Again, something that quick play had that we're now retroactively adding into casual mode, but then we have the scrambling problem that does not really work in the presence of a matchmaking system, right? Team scrambles do not work in the presence of a matchmaking system because you can't scramble teams if you're loading someone in. If you have a slot that's being reserved or multiple slots that are being reserved by players that are connecting, those players aren't there. If you have like 6 people loading in on one team and then 3 people loading in on the other, how do you scramble these guys? They can't be moved. You have this, like these few players and this chunk of players. How does that work for an appropriate team scramble? Not to mention, that conflicts with the matchmaker in that like you can't move players around that aren't connected, nor can you move players over into a slot that is functionally empty, that is being reserved by a matchmaker. These two things can't coexist, and once again, scrambles being completely antithetical to a skill-based matchmaking system. It's like, why did we have these teams built in the first place based on a skill rank if you're just gonna scramble them anyways?
You could have a little vote check to scramble on the end around screen next to the map vote, though I think that vote scramble is a bit of a...
I've seen too many community server matches get ruined by vote scrambles just because one team was about to lose a balanced game. That happens in some servers, but largely because of the server rules. I noticed that happening way more often inside of servers like Uncletopia, by nature of it also running the casual mode rule set. Team scrambles, the vote scrambles, had a 20-minute cooldown where they could not be spammed, and so every time a team was losing, they couldn't just vote a scramble and then reset shit. Come on now. And then, even then, doesn't provide a source or proof for any of this. And here, I'll just put out my anecdotal observation. Whenever I'm playing on a community server that has vote scrambles enabled, rarely are they ever called if one team is losing against the other. And that only happens when the steamroll is significantly bad. Like if one team is stomping really, really hard and no one's having fun, a vote scramble gets rolled out immediately. And then people just start playing again. It's not just because like, oh no, we're losing. Like if you have a good game and the team is losing, but the game is good and it's lasting longer and it's like a good push-pull, they're not just gonna call for a vote scramble because like, oh no, I don't want to lose. Because no one gives a fuck about winning and losing in this game. Like people just want to keep playing and having fun. Like the end condition of the win-loss, people don't really give a fuck about the little stoplights at the top of the fucking screen because they just want to keep playing round after round. Like people care about individual rounds more than the outcome of the full game. I took a poll on my channel. Most people care about the outcome of individual rounds than the full fucking game. And that full fucking game condition wasn't even a thing players cared about until Valve forced it in with Meet Your Match.
A double-edged sword with how people tend to abuse it in community servers, so that might not be the best option. A lot of people would really like to see the return of the old 45-minute map time
Yes.
and auto-scramble upon multiple victories that was the
Yes.
system of the days prior to the implementation of casual.
These were
But
good.
I think that simply changing things around this way would be a suitable substitute for this system.
How is that a
and
suitable?
potentially-
How is that a suitable substitute? Because that doesn't even begin to solve the massive problem of if the map changes 5 to 10 minutes, right? 5 to 10 minute games that are still insanely disruptive, and you're forced to requeue again. Like, this is again like another backward step, half band-aid that does not address the underlying problem that is the disruptive nature of fucking casual mode, right? Like extending and or not resetting the server on same map selection that like solves it like 1/3 of the time, right? Or probably less than that because the same map is not always chosen. Usually a different map is, right? But like, it just does not solve the fucking problem. Like the 45-minute map timers would solve so many other issues as well, because again, you would not have this insanely disruptive experience where every 5 to 10 minutes you're forced into mandatory downtime just to start playing again. You get to have your fill on the map. It wouldn't even be an issue to kind of vote for it again, right? Like this again would not be a problem if you had the 45-minute map timer, because you would have had your fill on the map and would probably be ready to play on something else. These are by no means a suitable substitution at all. Because, like, how many of you guys have fun, like, playing for just 5 minutes before, like, okay, it's time to, like, fucking leave? I know I don't. It's so frustrating. And then people vote for a different map. It's like, well, fuck, I have to go do something else now. I have to go re-queue again and find the same map again. It's so annoying. Again, not addressing the underlying problem.
More organic one. Back in the day, if you wanted to end things off on a map early, you had to stop what you were doing in the middle of the game and call for an RTV, or rock the vote.
That's not... We didn't have RTV. That's not... What? We didn't have RTV in casual mode. The way it worked... Sorry, we didn't have an RTV in quick play. Buddy, did you actually play quick play? He obviously doesn't remember and didn't do his research. RTV is a mod for community servers. If you wanted to change the map in quick play, it didn't just change when the vote went through. The map was set for 45 minutes. You would vote for the next map during the game, like as you played, but that would be the next map you went over to after the 45-minute timer was up. Like, okay, someone like, do you want to set the next map to Payload Race Pipeline? Because you're playing on Hightower right now. If the vote went through, once the 45-minute timer was up, then it would change over to Pipeline. And if there was no map vote, it would just continue through the set map rotation for that game mode. You didn't have an RTV that would automatically change the map. No, that's something that was in community servers. When you were done playing, you just left because you had your fill of the map that you were playing on, and then you wanted to go. You're probably done for the day, or you'd go find a different server playing something else at a much, much, much lower frequency than what you have to do now with casual mode. He says this was in only community servers a minute later as a by the way. Like, buddy, come on.
Which just ended the game prematurely and could feel very jarring. I only ever liked this if the map that was voted for was flat out awful, and I'm not queuing for those maps in the first place in casual, so that system has no place here. And if you wanted to extend the map timer, then you had to do the same thing to call for a vote on that too. By the way, this was only the case for community servers. If you were playing on an official Valve server and the map changed to something awful, tough shit. You're either stuck there for the next 45 minutes, or you can go kick rocks on another server.
Like, I don't understand why he shit talks player agency in this situation. I don't understand that. It's like, okay, you just got done playing on a map for 45 minutes. You're probably ready for a map change, but then if it changes to something you don't want to play on, you have the agency just to go find another server, just as you do now with casual mode, but not only at a much lower frequency, because it happens way more often than casual mode, but also, you're going to be getting into another game that's going to last way longer, and you're going to have more fun. You're not kicking rocks on another server. you're definitely going to be able to find another populated server running the map that you want, instead of having to re-queue in casual mode and like hope and pray that the matchmaker and the game coordinator that exist in this fucking ambiguous amorphous cloud magically finds the map for you, or you can push your luck and do a single map queue in casual mode. Good fucking luck if you're doing anything other than the top 25 maps in the game, and just hope and pray you get into a full server again. And then you do. Fantastic, but the server's probably half empty, as it usually is if you're queuing for a more obscure map instead of the top 25. And then the whole fucking, you go through the same motions again. Start playing the game, players trickle in, games are usually so short, by the time the server fills up again, guess what? It's time to reset, and you're gone. Again, not addressing the underlying issues. For real, best games I've had in TF2 are the ball-clenching push-pull ones where both teams are evenly matched and everyone locks in during the last minute. I wish the server wouldn't reset after those. Me too! Because, like, every now and again, you'd get, like, a really solid game like that in casual mode, but then, like, uh-oh, bye-bye. You're never gonna see these players again. You're never gonna have this nice, fun game again. You got to enjoy it for, like, 10 minutes. Later, idiot! Sorry, you gotta have a win-loss condition. Gotta adjust that skill rank.
Now, that map vote is going to happen at the end of the match anyway, so this gives the people who want to play for one match a natural...
Also, completely unnecessary to have the map vote at the end of the round. Would you rather not have the map vote appear as you play and then just hit one button? So it's like, so it's no longer an interruption, right? It wouldn't be an interruption anymore. You just hit one button and keep playing, instead of having to like sit there and twiddle your thumbs, see the scoreboard pop up, what have you. You hit one fucking button and then just keep playing. And this is one thing, right? This is one thing that Quick Play did not have perfect. No one's advocating for Quick Play as a perfect system, simply a better system. But one flaw that Quick Play had was that you could only vote for one map at a time. That got clunky. Because the way Quick Play servers worked is they would run only a specific game mode. You had like payload race servers or payload servers or 5 control point servers. And the way the map vote worked is you would open the map vote menu and then select one map from the full list, click on it, and the vote would pop up in game and ask everyone in the server, hey, do you want to set the next map to like 5 CP freight or something? And then if it went through, that would be the next map. Okay, that got a little bit clunky and it kind of cut down on variety. Something that I think would be a good change to Quick Play, a relatively easy one to make for any system, simply because the work's already been done because these plugins exist, is to have a map vote pop up as you play that gives you 4 options or 5, and then a final option to just extend the current map. And then, like, if no definitive winner is chosen, then you have like a runoff with the top 2, and then that's the next map. The same plugin that many community servers already run. Like, that would be a very small, tangible improvement to Quick Play. Improving it just a little bit further, again, which is something Valve could have done back in 2016 to further improve the system instead of ripping it out of the fucking game completely. And you could also nominate maps in the same way too, right? You could like, here, I want to nominate this map to appear in the menu, and then when the map vote popped up, oh boom, there it is, here are the maps that people nominated. That kind of thing. That's how it would work inside of official Valve servers. It'd be awesome.
Jumping off point, while letting people who want to extend or play on the next map stick around for as long as they want without unnecessary interruptions, or at the very least by making them as minimal as possible. Ideally, there should be no time at all between new matches on the same map, and maybe 30 seconds between the end of one match and the beginning of another. The main thing is that these systems working together, the shorter wait times and the elimination of wait times on map repeats, would encourage people to stay in the same server for much longer, especially if Auto Scramble was reintroduced, since that gives people a fair chance at redemption even if the game they were just in was a steamroll. And I'd also like
again, we've come to the conclusion again of like, just make casual mode function like Quick Play.
To talk about parties.
That's where we are
briefly.
still.
On one hand, parties are a great way to get into games with your friends and have a good time with them. But on the other hand,
parties are a contentious one. This I know. I have my thoughts on party systems, so
they can be catastrophic for match balance.
Yes,
even if
I
you
agree.
ignore the fact that most people who party together are in direct communication with one another, and they're very likely to be at least competent at the game, which stacks the odds of
like ever since parties were introduced, general game balance inside of like vanilla Valve servers just went completely to the wayside. Because here's the thing, when it comes to parties, The way the matchmaking system originally used to work is that it would not only try to match parties of equal size, but also equal skill. The problem is that the skill element made matching parties take way too long, so Valve continuously dumbed down the skill element, not like it ever worked, in order to try to match parties of equal size. But because skill on teams is effectively random, right? You're gonna have like 2 4 stacks facing off against each other, and it could be like a compy or a cheater stack, and then like against a stack of like just dudes wanting to fuck around and have fun, thus ensuring that 1/3 of your team is either gonna be useless or guarantee a role in favor of yours, which completely fucks game balance, right? Having the original system of quick play, where groups of people were split up across both teams, ensured that you could not stack heavily to one side and then fuel a steamroll. Steamrolls still happened inside of quick play, there's no denying this, but it was way, way less frequent when you could not have 4, 5, 6 people stack up on one team and then just ensure it's gonna be a fucking stomp. Like, the notion of a cheater party did not really exist before the party system was put in the fucking game. Stomps got way worse with the introduction of a party system. Like, there's no denying that.
Victory heavy.
There was a donation, I'm sorry. Used to own a Toyota, but now I have a new Ford. I wish my Ford had the engine, transmission, suspension, and steering system of my Toyota, but the Ford is definitely better. I mean, it's yeah, the same logic applies
in their
here.
favor unless paired up.
It's where you have a previous system that was just, you know, had everything you already want. You just kind of want the shell around it, so it still looks like casual mode.
Against a similar party, the fact that a 6 stack can essentially ruin a match with votes by kicking whoever they want from their team is a huge part of what made the bot crisis so intolerable.
Like, people forget that the party system is also insanely exploitable, which was very heavily shown during the bot crisis, and, you know, not so much now because they're gone. But like, cheater stacks or people just wanting to cause a ruckus can still do that with a stack of 6, and all hell breaks loose. So.
And it can still be used by cheater stacks to this day,
Yes.
or even just run-of-the-mill assholes being malicious for no good reason.
Yes.
As far as I'm aware, parties are far more likely to queue against other parties, but that doesn't solve...
Well, it's not that they're far more likely to queue against other parties. The matchmaking system requires that they be matched up against a party of equal size. That's how it's worked since day one. Like, if you're queuing in a party of 6, your queue times are so long because the game is trying to queue you against another party of 6.
All the core issues, if you ask me. The potential for griefing is just too immense. So this might be controversial, but I honestly think that parties over a certain size should be automatically split up between the two teams. Like,
I mean, we again kind of come to like another band-aid fix of like parties getting split up between both teams, when with quick play that was just done automatically, and if you wanted to play with or against your friends on demand, you could just do that and wait for a slot to open on the other team and go play with them or go play against them. Again, we're kind of like going halfway into quick play here without exactly bringing back all of the autonomy that players once had, right? That's why I don't like this change, because like, why not just bring back team switching? Why not just bring back the team selection screen and be able to play with or against your friends practically whenever you wanted to? You had to give it a little bit of time, right? It wasn't like an instant. It wasn't an instant thing. You had to wait a little bit of time for like a slot to open up, and then you can hop on over to your friend's team and then start playing with them or against them if you wanted to. Like, this again is like a halfway fix that still doesn't really let you play against your friends. And then like, okay, I have a party of 4. You're not going to have any choice in who you're playing with or against on your party. It's like, oh, like me and Doug want to play against like Stacy and Charlie. Oh shit, Stacy and Doug ended up on this team and I ended up with fucking Charlie. That's not what we want. You have no control or agency over that. But you did with quick play and the team selection screen. So you're not hitting the nail on the head here. Again, it's like another halfway band-aid fix that's not really solving the problem. And again, we have another change that is, again, antithetical to a matchmaking system. What's the point of having a party system so you can play against another party of equal size and what was supposed to be equal skill if you're just going to split them up anyways? Why are we making further accommodations for the system that we are still continuing to violate with changes in order to make it function like quick play, which is a completely antithetical system to matchmaking? Why are we doing this? And yeah, there are still bots here and there in casual mode. It's not nearly as rampant as it once was, but you have, idle bots and shit like that, so it's annoying. And they're always going to keep trying to get back. Like, they are still trying to get back into casual mode because, Valve, they're fucking... The guys that hate Valve are fucking schizophrenics, and the people that hate the game are fucking schizophrenics. It's all they have to live for. So, onwards.
4 or more, just split them in half.
Actually, I don't know if Fish went to Valve during the whole fixed TF2 thing. I don't know if he did. I know the What Show did, and Shork did, and some other guy who I don't know what his name is, but I don't think Fish went. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it's actually correct or not. Anyway.
Can over red and blue. Unless it's VSH, then who cares? It understandably sucks if you want to play with your friends and end up playing against them, but really, most people who party up are already in a Discord call with each other anyway, and even if they're not, they can still communicate over party chat, so it's not like they lose out on the...
Who the fuck uses party chat? Who the fuck actually uses party chat in TF2? Has anyone here used the shitty party chat? How many of you even know that it's there? Come on. Oh, man. Like, I agree that, like, if you're playing with a group of people, you're probably going to be in a Discord call. But then, like, he acknowledges, like, well, shit, if you want to play against a certain person, or if you want to play with a certain person, you have no control over that. With Quick Play, you did. Mostly. You had more control over that anyways. It wasn't like a guarantee that if you had a party of 6, you could all dive in and play on the same team, right? And then we have additional issues with having a party system, right? Because of the way the party system works, it tries to match parties of equal size. So if you have like a party of 4, you're not just looking for a server that has 4 slots. You need a server with 8 slots, so you can have another team of the same size be paired up against you. And what does that do? That increases your queue times, it increases your queue times, it increases your wait times, it puts you into more downtime, which fucking sucks. Whereas with Quick Play, if you had like a Quick Play party system, which was being semi-developed by Valve, it was kind of like pseudo-incompletion, you would only need to find a server with 4 slots, because it didn't matter if you had to be placed against a party of equal size, you would just get split up across both teams, and you would just get to start playing. Or... there was also no limitation of 6, mind you. Back in the day, I'd remember playing with groups of like 10 to 15 friends because we were in a Discord group or something, or we were in like a fucking like Skype call with a bunch of fucking people, or like a TeamSpeak group, and we'd all go find like a server with enough slots in it. We would just populate it ourselves. Like, that's another piece of player agency that we've not had since 2016, and we're instead making further accommodations for an inferior party system that is not only buggy as shit, but can be very easily exploited, and this Band-Aid fix only addresses like 1/6 of the problems that the party system's introduction has had, and again, doesn't address all the agency that we once had with Quick Play. It's like, we're making concessions for a system that will still ultimately result in less agency by the end of it all. It's very frustrating.
Socialization factor. I've never felt like I was having less fun just because me or one of my friends in a party got auto-balanced.
No, because it's
catch
fun to play against your friends, and that was something you could do all the time, and it was fun. So why make concessions for this party system when it could just remove it and go back to how things were? Check Discord, why?
Just get in a 6-stack and...
Dare I look? What am I looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for. Oh. Funnily enough, I was playing against the Chucklenuts a while ago. When their party left, we were stuck like this for 2 minutes. So, open link a new tab, because here we go. So, like, here are the teams. You know, you got a party of 6... or a party of 5 against a party of 5 here, and then they left, and then the game was apparently like this for 2 minutes, and it just stayed that way, because the matchmaking system is trying to find another party of equal size to match them up against. Not a problem. Not a problem with Quick Play. So again, I ask, why are we making concessions for an inferior system that will still have problems? Why do they think Valve will put in the work to completely rework casual? We know Valve doesn't like putting in serious work into this game. Adding quick play back would be a lot easier for them. I agree with that. That's like, again, I mentioned this earlier. I don't understand the logic of like, here are like 50 more I exaggerate with 50, 20 changes to casual mode that Valve would have to like go through and work out and figure out if it would work. Like, yeah, just do that to make it function more like quick play instead of just going back to the system that already exists and apply a much smaller handful of improvements to kind of, you know, bring it up to snuff with player expectations. Like, that's already less work. And not to mention, all the changes that Valve usually inputs into casual mode are reactionary fixes to things that break, and are also imperfect solutions that also break. Like, why don't I work for Valve? I am not a game designer. That's why.
Effortlessly stomp with your friends anymore? Yes, but I think the overall health of each match will benefit from this, and as a result, we'd hopefully see a lot less rolls and a lot less matches being abandoned. A big issue with
I don't know why people are adamantly against quick play. I want a serious reason why. The only reason I've seen that holds any water, and one that I agree with, is that arguing for a system that hasn't been in the game for 10 years is going to be very hard to sell for people that were not around to experience it. But at the same time, how many of you in chat right now, and just say yes, people that don't agree, whatever, but like, how many of you in chat right now did not experience quick play, but have done your research or understand how it functioned and would prefer that over casual mode? How many of you have not played quick play but would like to see quick play's return because you understand how it functions? Like, just because you didn't experience the way quick play functioned doesn't mean that you can't understand that it would provide a better experience simply by how it functions at a fundamental level. With the server rules and how people got populated into a game and the original player agency that we had, all of those things, right? Of course, it's going to be biased because it's my chat, and people that watch me obviously are going to want quick play back, but like, the point is to show that you can have people that did not experience quick play and have them understand that it is a better system. You can do your research. You can go back and even look at old gameplay footage and go like, wow, you could do that? That's how it functioned? That was like so much better than like what we have to deal with now. Anyway.
casual is that because everyone leaves at the end of the match anyway due to all the wait time bullshit, that means if the game you're in right now is an unwinnable role that's gonna suck shit to play, it's more practical to just leave in the middle of a round and queue again, as opposed to sticking—
Again, which wasn't a problem because games weren't always so short. You just got to keep playing. If there was a role, if there was a role, you were encouraged to stay in the server because you not only knew that the role would be addressed by a team scramble, either vote or auto, but you had like more playtime afterwards. Like, you weren't just gonna get shut out. It's like, oh shit, here's a role. I know how I'm not gonna waste 5 minutes. I'll go find a different game. Whereas instead, you get into a quick play server with the 45-minute mat timer and scrambles like, okay, this is a role. I know it's gonna get dealt with. I'm not gonna have to go fuck with finding a new server. I just get to keep playing in 5 minutes. I'll put up with it, fuck around until they finish rolling, and then we can keep playing. And also, even though steam rolls did exist in quick play, they are far, far worse and far, far more frequent in casual mode because of how the fucking system works. Because you have slot reservations that make sure and ensure more often than not that team sizes remain uneven before the fucking game starts. Ugh. I envy you, man. Here it's like 268 degrees Kelvin. In Central Europe, you chill with fan working on. I mean, it's very nice outside, but it gets warm in my room because like I have all my doors closed. So you're having a chilly day, I'm afraid. That's nippy. All right.
around and fighting an inevitable loss for no reason or gain. What does this mean?
And that's the problem. It's like, inevitable loss like wasn't a big deal. Like, the concept of having to like worry about an inevitable loss and having that impact your continued playtime was not even a fucking concern on people's radars. So like, it's like, oh fuck, there's a stomp, don't worry, teams will get scrambled, and you just get to keep playing. TF2 Gold Rush is proof the old rule set still works. I mean, it's not even a Gold Rush exclusive thing. Just go play on any community server. Many of them do still run the vanilla rule set. And just compare that experience. Like go play on my servers. ZestyJesus.com/servers, Go play on there. And the experience you're going to get there is so much less disruptive than you get in casual mode. Again, it's not a Gold Rush exclusive thing. It's any fucking community server. That's how the game shipped out of the box. At least after 2010. And isn't it something to be said that the quick play rule set for like server settings, that's the standard everywhere. Every community server runs that. Every TF2 mod runs that rule set. Is it any wonder why we stick to that rule set instead of casual mode's rule set? The only notable group of servers that follow casual mode's rule set is Uncletopia. And what happens when you only follow the casual mode rule set? You're only ever playing Payload. Because Payload is the only game mode worth touching when you have a 2-round limit or a best of 3 limit. Ugh.
It means
and Uncletopia has class limits, but that's a different issue.
Frees up a lot of empty player slots in servers that are currently getting rolled. Meaning players who are queuing get put into those empty slots, meaning now they're getting rolled so they leave too,
yes.
And thus the serpent consumes its own tail.
Yes, and he finally kind of addresses the issue here, that is slot reservations. When you have slot reservations, players are loading into the server and are claiming that slot and prolonging the misbalance even though they're not in there, and then when they get in, they're thrown into an ongoing steamroll with other teammates that are still loading in and not there to offset things, and they start getting rolled, and 30 seconds later, they're like, fuck this, I'm out of here. That slot reservation issue was not a problem with Quick Play, because you had the team selection screen. Whenever a new player came in, it would evenly divvy up players across both teams, ensuring that they remain the same size more often. And if you suddenly had a huge chunk of players leave, auto balance would kick on right away, even out the teams, and you would just keep playing. You never had this issue of waiting for functionally empty slots to get fleshed in by a fucking matchmaker. That's like the biggest underlying problem with game balance in casual mode, is the mere notion of having to reserve a slot on a team before a player's even in there. It's a massive problem. Which is why scrambling to increase game time is a thing on Uncletopia. Yes, that's also a problem on Uncletopia, is people I don't know how often it happens, but I've experienced it myself. People often call for a team scramble on Uncletopia just so they can keep playing, because they don't want to have to change the map yet. It's like, oh shit, we get to play on something that's not Payload. Like, yeah, it's Viaduct. 8 minutes later, the game's gonna be over. Fuck it, scramble, we want to keep playing. Ugh. Make a server that runs the Castaway plugin? No. I've heard enough quick play that I wish Splatoon had quick play or something of the sort, one of many issues of that game. Skill-based matchmaking seems to be a very pervasive issue across many online games. Like, aside from 1v1 games, like as soon as you go into team-based games, skill-based matchmaking is like a big fucking problem that no game seems to get completely correct. It seems like skill-based matchmaking makes a lot of things worse.
This is one of the biggest problems in casual, and simply keeping people playing on the same servers for longer by encouraging them to stick around will hopefully put a huge dent in the amount of roles that players get matched into.
Like,
unfortunately,
his heart's in it. He's right. Encouraging players to stick around is a good thing, but you're dodging the biggest things that would make players stick around. 45-minute map timers, team scrambles to keep things fresh, a less disruptive experience, knowing that, like, I've had my fill of this map, I'm ready for a new one. That kind of thing. Instead of having to rely on the broken system with still short games, and then, like, voting for the same map and only having that specific instance where the server doesn't reset, that kind of thing.
it won't eliminate their existence altogether, because
You got the spirit. You got the spirit. welcome to modern gaming. You will play 5 to 10 minute steamrolls and you will be happy. It's like, it's why I like TF2, because I can still get at that experience where I can just play indefinitely and there's not this hard win-loss condition that's going to cut my playtime short. Like, I tried the finals. I was enjoying the finals. I was having fun. And like, even in like a good game, they're pretty short. Like, I want to keep playing again. Like, I'm having a good game with like a different team that's like, we're both like of roughly equal competence, and that's fun, that's engaging. But like 10-15 minutes later, it's like, bye, never gonna see you guys again. I want to keep playing against these guys, and like, we got a good map too. It's like, that's why I stick with TF2, because I can just keep playing. Also, you were allowed to swap teams freely, with auto balance not feeling nearly as forced. Also true, because you had auto balance, and then if you wanted to get back on your buddy's team, you probably didn't have to wait that long. But to that point, a lot of people cite auto balance as this team switching as this like really exploitable thing, where like, oh my god, you can cram like 9 people into a server and shove everyone on the same team. Yeah, basically impossible. You could usually only move 1 player at a time, and then a scramble would usually shake things up and split parties apart, and you just didn't suddenly get to swap back over, because if there wasn't a slot available to keep team sizes even, you could not change over to like stack everyone on the same team. But that's like one of the most common arguments against team switching that I see, is that like a whole bunch of players could just stack the server and completely fuck balance, which is just not true. Like, the amount of time it took to get like more than 3 people on one team was immense, right? And that could be like the only small argument in favor of a party system. Like, I don't want to have to wait to get more than 3 people on the same team. Okay, there's the party system for you. But then the downside to that is that it fucks with game balance, where like, if you have a party of like 3 or more, like 4 or more is still too big, like 3 or more, then you start having a significant influence on like the flow of the game and the balance of the game, when you have 3 potentially very coordinated people that just make a game turn into a steamroll. Which is why the team selection screen is usually much healthier for balance, and if you want to play with maybe 1, maybe 2 friends on the same team, you could usually achieve that. But anything more than that was very, very difficult to do and extremely rare, and if it was achieved, you'd have a team scramble shake things up, so any potential imbalance that would cause would get broken up. So, yeah. You have to play the finals again. Point Break new casual mode can last for half an hour. I will try it.
Distance of rolls is determined by core factors within the design of TF2, which is to say the sheer amount of impact a single incredibly skilled player can have on a match, as well as the undisputed power of an actually organized team. On top of the balance of a particular map and how easy or difficult it is to...
Again, he's got the spirit. He's coming to the correct conclusion with the wrong answers, right? It's like the math problem where you get to the right answer but the steps are wrong. He's got the spirit.
Blitz your way through, and don't even get me started on imbalanced weapons that can straight up just ruin a game because someone picked them.
Huh?
If anyone...
Like, I'm sorry, that's a skill issue. Like, I know I bitch about Sniper, but and I know I bitch about the short circuit, but like, you could usually do something against it. Usually.
Tries to tell you that...
Like, I understand, like, you can have one good sniper that completely shuts down a game. That sucks. Or, like, one really good vaccinator. I'll concede on the vac. The vaccinator sucks and should not exist. I fucking hate that thing. Like, you get one good vac medic in your server. Oh my god, it's AIDS. I get that. But, like, you can still do some things.
Steamroll.
Like, that's, like, the smallest issue on the ladder of issues we're talking about here.
Just didn't exist before casual was implemented. They are trying to sell you something. Here's Star getting absolutely...
I hate this so much. When I watched this the first time, it's hilarious. It's like, no one is making the argument that steamrolls did not exist before Meet Your Match. No one is saying this. This is a complete fabrication. Massive straw man. No one is saying this. Like, yes, stomps did exist. They were a thing in Team Fortress 2. That is simply the nature of setting up teams at random, is you're gonna get unbalanced teams, and you're gonna get a steamroll every now and again. The difference is that we had the tools and we had the settings to address them. We had team scrambles, we had auto scrambles, and we had the 45-minute map timers that let servers get populated enough to actually have these things come into play and get a good game going. Ugh. like he again kind of dodges the argument people are making in that the frequency of unbalanced games and the nightmare of having to reset so often because of these unbalanced games is far, far worse in casual mode for multiple reasons that quick play simply did not have. The problems did not exist in quick play. That is the argument. But instead, he just tries to make quick play look bad by saying, well, it had the, by implying, well, these steamrolls and stomps happened all the time, and well, there was just nothing you could do. You just had to leave and find a new server, which is just not the truth at all.
Stonewalled on upward first in his bingo video, unable to do anything to push past the enemy.
Look at the Star video. He got rolled. Star got rolled, so it always happened. It happened all the time. That was just a thing in quick play. You could do nothing about. Ugh.
Team. He's a hell of a lot better at the game than I am, and I've been stuck in the same situation.
Like, it's right there. It's right there on his screen. Like, I know I'm being a little exasperative here. I know I'm playing it up a little bit, but like, dude, it's right there. It's right there. Like, the stomp happens and then it gets fixed and they just get to keep playing. Instead of having to deal with like the map vote and then like, oh, okay, you voted for this map, now you're allowed to keep playing. There's no pause here. You just have the scramble and like, did you watch your own video? Like, I'm sorry, Fish, did you watch your own video and see this pop up? Like, you're trying to make the argument that like quick play is worse because of stomps and then completely ignore like this tool that we had to clean things up.
Both before and after the implementation of casual. Here's Jerma as stock medic, Pocketing Star as Demo Man. Arguably the best possible combination to break through any hold in the game, unable to push past the first point of Dust Bowl 3rd in...
Like, so again, the implication here is that like this happened all the time in quick play and it was just nothing you could do about it, so you just had to go away and find a new server. That's the implication here, is that it's no better than casual mode.
Bring on the Thunder. Sometimes,
which is simply not true. Like, guys, look, it's Jerma and Star. These like, it's what's the fallacy? Appeal to authority, I think it is. Like, look, these really big figureheads had they dealt with stomps. Like, they're I'm some of the what's the fucking what's the Simpsons meme? Like, I've lost credibility, so they've lost credibility, I'm lending them some of mine, right? So you have this non-credible argument, this straw man argument, that he's using the credibility of Star and Jerma's reputation, their positive reputation, to like bolster it and lift it up, which is really, really fucked up in my opinion. Like, come on. That's not fair at all. It's just disingenuous and bullshit. Like, guys, look, Star and Jerma had these problems, therefore it was a thing that happened all the time and there's nothing you could do. It was just like casual mode. Oh.
Sometimes the enemy team is just gonna trash you, and sometimes there's gonna be that one guy with over 100,000 kills on a strange weapon who's just fucking intolerable to fight against.
Sure.
Sometimes you're choosing to play on a map that's actively terribly designed. Sometimes the enemy team will have a stack of heavy snipers and engineers that's impossible to break through. And sometimes a medic will single-handedly ruin the entire match by simply equipping the vaccinator.
Sure.
And the best thing you can do in this situation is to make it so that sticking around through one bad match is actually worthwhile, because you can be assured through the game's systems that the next one won't be so bad. It's essentially asking people to...
You're not... Again, you have the spirit. You're just dancing around it. Help me. You're just dancing around the problem. You're dancing around the fucking problem. Oh my god, man. Ugh.
Put their faith in auto scramble rather than the dice roll that is getting into another match altogether. And
Yes.
I think that's a very worthwhile addition, and a dice roll that...
But like, again, you have the problem of it only coming into play when people vote for the same map. It doesn't address the disruptive nature of like a 2-round game. And then like, well shit, the playtime's over, now we have to vote and hope the same map gets chosen so we can keep playing, instead of having to be thrust into mandatory downtime. You're not addressing the core of the problem.
a lot more people are going to be willing to tolerate. But I think that if people do choose to roll the dice and try to get into a new match, or maybe they just need to in the first place, then weighing the dice a bit more in their favor is also warranted. Which is why I also think that casual should get a join games in progress check.
You think things are... This is meet your match day 1. Because with the existence of a 2-round limit right? With the existence of a 2-round limit or a best-of-3 win condition, usually resulting in very short games, wouldn't you rather prefer joining a game from the very beginning, just so you're guaranteed more playtime? Everyone would tick off join game in progress just so they can maximize their playtime. So we would go right back to meet your match day 1, where that was the mandatory system function, where everyone was joining into a game before it starts, then it's allowed to begin. Of course everyone's going to tick this off because they don't want to join a game that's about to end, which happens all the time. This would just make things worse and would make wait times worse for queues. Like, yeah, who would not have this ticked off, again, to maximize their playtime?
Seriously, how is there not an option for this already? People have been asking for this ever since Casual came out.
Like, I think Valve realized, because like that option, Valve realized, oh shit, now that we've walked back how a matchmaking system should function by letting people come and go as they please, and letting games begin with fewer than 24 players, we can no longer have this option in, because then that's just going to bring it back to day 1, which everyone hated. And also, yeah, and Richter brings up a good point. The tick box is actually saying, yes, I would love to join a game that's going to end in 20 seconds. Like, who would not have this ticked off just so they could avoid that?
And we've never heard a peep out of Valve for this. It's been a thing in MVM since the very beginning of that game mode.
Yes, and MVM is not casual mode because it's PvE. It's not PvP. You're only having to get 6 people into the same room, not 24, with even team sizes. You can't even begin to make the comparison. It works for MVM. Or sorry, not Richter. Sorry. I see blue name, I think Richter. I'm not used to having you as a mod yet.
On some of this, especially when it's built on a very similar foundation to the MVM matchmaker.
Okay, you know what? No.
This was a little.
Change your name to Richter 2. Change your name to Richter 2. That's gonna be your name now. All right. If you're not Richter 2 in 6 minutes, I'm removing your mod status. I'm kidding. Let me go back.
When it's built on a very similar foundation to the MVM matchmaker. This was literally one of the first things I thought when I first saw the casual UI. This is basically just the MVM UI, so where the hell's the option for joining games in progress?
You can't. Listen. In essence, MVM is a matchmaker in that it matches 6 people on the same team to fight entities. You can't make these arguments for PvP 12v12 and assume like you're going to get like a same pleasurable result. Again, because you're not addressing the other problems in that players want to avoid games that are about to end, which is going to continue to happen if you leave the casual mode rule set untouched and have the win-loss condition of max 2 rounds and best of 3. And no, MVM does not have skill-based matchmaking. It only matches players based on the map selection and ping. Which, shocker, is basically how fucking quick play worked. There's no slot reservations. It's just putting people into a fucking server. More or less. It's like the same end thing. But it's not quite the same.
If you want to avoid getting into a game that's already being rolled or a game that's 30 seconds away from ending, then this is absolutely the best way to ensure you can get into a good game, or at least
Buddy,
it gives you the best odds. Now there
would make the odds worse
are
and make
two
you wait more.
notable downsides to this. One of which is obviously going to be longer queue times.
Yes,
and the other,
which no one wants in a game where the concept of a queue time being long was a non-issue. From the game's launch until 2016, other than quick plays like first year, queue times were fucky because they were like hammering out the kinks in the system, where that was a non-issue, especially by the time quick play entered its final form. Right? So like arguing for a change that would result in longer queue times is just pushing us further in the opposite direction that we need to be going in. What is Fish's TF2 badge say for when he started? It has to be post meet your match, I swear. No, he played quick play. He did.
Is that in the event that people do decide to leave a server, which is especially problematic when an entire party of people leaves, the pool of players to draw from is going to be a lot smaller, considering I think most people would opt out of joining games in progress.
Yes, they would.
But hopefully these
Gee, I wonder
downsides would
why.
not only cancel each other out to a
It's like, yes, I would love to go back to meet your match day one. That's basically what he's advocating for here.
small degree, but the big
I don't think he knows that's what he's advocating for, but that's basically what he's advocating for here, is just going back to meet your match day one.
hope is that with all the other additions, people would just be less likely to leave a game in general. Even if the match is a steamroll, people will ideally be willing to stick around for another shot at the next round if it means they get to play on a map they really enjoy. The customizable map selection aspect is easily casual's
And like, oh my god, and that's something else too, man, is like, oh, I'm gonna get put into a shit map. The notion of a shit map really wasn't a problem until Meet Your Match came out, and then Valve started bloating the game with maps, right? Like, just for reference, when Meet Your Match came out, we had 67. We had 67 maps, right? That's still way too many for any video game, don't get me wrong, but the volume of objectively terrible maps was way, way lower than the volume of terrible maps we have now. I'm banning every single one of you that's making the 6-7 joke. I'm doing it right now. Mods, do your thing. Ban everybody. Ban everyone doing it. Don't actually do that, that's mean. Anyway, we started with 67 maps in the game, right? That's, again, already too many for any fucking video game. But again, the volume of shit maps was way lower. So, like, the notion of, oh shit, I'm getting put into a bad map was not really an issue. It's like, okay, I'm not in the mood for this one, but it's like, it's not bad. But now that we have 126, almost double since then, with so many maps being fucking, with classics like CP Forteza, classics like CTF Penguin Peak, everyone's favorite maps, right? Classics like Payload Race Hacksaw. Now we have the notion of shit maps being a problem way more frequently than we ever did, but that's a different problem in that we have map bloat. Map bloat is a standalone problem that would be an issue in any matchmaking system, in any quick play-like system. That's a standalone problem for which the only solution is stop adding maps, cool it, we already have enough, and then with what we have, impose something that resembles a temporary rotation, and then keep a core list of like the classic maps people actually want to play on, and then have like a temp rotation that you can throw like Penguin Peak and Forteza and Abbey into for like the people that are like, I just want to experiment with this, but they're not going to touch it most of the time. They're going to play the classics because, again, 75% of player traffic goes through the top 25 maps in the game.
biggest strength. Even ignoring the recent issue of map bloat and the addition of what can generously be called rather
Like, you can't ignore map bloats when you're talking about map selection. I'm sorry. It's just, you have to address it.
questionable map choices, being
So, what I mean by meet your match day one, because I have to remind myself, a lot of people in my chat right now were not there to experience it. Meet your match day one, casual mode functioned almost exactly like competitive mode, where the game would not begin until all 24 players are present. It was awful. Queue times were abysmal. You would have to wait forever just to get one game. And new players would not be put into your server. That's not something Fish is advocating for, but he is advocating for waiting for all 24 people to get put into a server before the game starts, because how else are you going to get put into a match before the beginning? Because if you just let the 60-second timer start ticking down at the beginning, that server's only going to have 60 seconds to put people in so they can experience the game from the very beginning. And then if that doesn't happen, then all the people that have that box ticked off are no longer going to be considered for that server. And so that server is just going to continue to remain half empty. That sucks. And also, you could not pick your map or game mode, and stopwatch mode was on, but Valve walked all those things back. So,
able to not only
can't talk classics without mentioning CP Cloak. Oh my god. With the giant mercs. Ooh. haunting.
Ensure you get into your favorite maps, but also avoid the game's more egregious maps is something that the game pretty sorely needs compared to how it used to work.
See, how it used to work, right? Because he's not going to address how it used to work, right?
Speaking of map bloat,
See, he's just going to move on. He's not going to address how it used to work and the benefits that brought, right? Because the way the game used to work with quick play is that you could only select your game mode, okay? When you use the quick play system, you could only select one game mode, okay? And it could put you into any map running the game mode of your choosing, okay? That was the limitation. But you had other tools inside of quick play itself that let you more readily specify what you want to play on. You had the advanced options menu, where you could go into this list and you could tick off other variables that you had, that you had control over. Whether or not you wanted to play on community servers, you could tick off that box. You also had other options for community servers, like 32 players, random crits on or off, random bullet spread, or random damage spread on and off, what have you. But what else could have been added to that list is a map filter. Because all quick play did was basically filter the server browser for you and then give you a server that matched your search criteria, or you could ask for it to present you with a list of servers tailored just for you based on your advanced search settings using the show servers option, which was fantastic. And then you could pick a server from there, giving you agency over your ping, giving you agency over the map you wanted, giving agency over the amount of people that were in the server, what have you. Okay? And so if you wanted to look for a specific map, you could already do that by using the show servers option or just going into the server browser. But if we really want the ability to omit specific maps from our search, that's just an additional filter for the server browser that could have been retroactively added to quick play if the system had remained. And Valve would have continued adding more maps to bloat it, It's okay, that's just an additional filter that would be no trouble at all. There's no reason why quick play could not have a map filter, because the server browser already has a map filter. They would just have to add a drop-down menu or a few toggles onto the advanced search options to go, boom, there you go. You can turn off whatever map you don't want to play on. It would have just been that easy. Oy. Besides, almost nobody has joined Game in Progress ticked an MVM anyway. No, yeah, that's true. A lot of people want to start playing an MVM game from the beginning unless they're solo queuing or something. If you're playing with a party of friends, thing is also, that's not true. It more or less benefits you to have the join in game progress option ticked on so you spend less time grinding for your Aussies. Unless you just want to happen to experience the wave and rather mission from the very beginning, which I feel like is less common than joining a game in progress just so you can grind your loot. Because let's face it, unless you're the specific breed like Wheezy is that genuinely enjoys the game mode, most people that engage with 2 cities and Mecha NG, what have you, are really only grinding for Aussies. So they want to join an ongoing game. So, quick piss break. Give me 2 seconds. So, severe lapse in judgment. Having a candy bar for lunch has left me quite hungry. So, I'm just going to have to white knuckle it until dinner. I don't want to pause and eat something on stream. So, we're gonna keep going. Damn, boy, were you frying chicken in there? Such a fucking great video. Anyway, we gotta keep going. We have a lot more of this video to get through.
This is a very tricky thing to tackle because the easiest solution involves a mass culling of maps
Yes.
to ensure that people are playing on a smaller.
People aren't gonna miss maps like Penguin Peak, Forteza, Abbey, all these other more recent ones that, like, the novelty of them died after the first 2 weeks. Like, the best solution to, like, reduce the load on the matchmaker and to stop spreading players too thin is just to cull a bunch of maps.
Pool that are therefore more likely to be bunched together and better curated. Even though I'm far from a hashtag demolition defender, I'd personally advocate against the outright removal of content.
Oh,
Hell,
no.
I still think
I understand it. I know that there's no perfect solution to this. Like, if Valve was going to implement a solution to deal with the map bloat, there's not going to be a 100% guaranteed solution that's going to make everyone happy. There's going to be some form of limiting content that has always been unlimited in the game. Either by nature of a map rotation or outright removing the maps. Something like that is going to happen in order to reduce the load on the matchmaker. There's kind of no way around it, or Valve will just continue to do nothing and leave things as they are, which is not ideal.
Valve should have at least bothered to finish Asteroid and Cactus Canyon if they let us play on them in the first place. Even if they probably wouldn't be super popular maps today. I think removing maps is an especially bad
Cactus Canyon would be popular simply by nature of it being payload.
idea from a purely practical perspective on Valve's end, considering the fact that the vast majority of maps in the game are community created. Meaning if you removed a map, you're essentially removing a portion of the creator's income from stamp purchases, and also preventing players from making use of the World Traveler hats.
I don't think he understands just how little revenue comes from map stamp sales. Not the map stamps, guys. Oh my god, not the pennies on the dollar that map creators make from fucking map stamps, dude. So, like, okay, for those of you that don't know, this is a very stupid argument, because, like, 99% of the revenue that a map maker receives comes from key sales. Maps receive a 2% cut of that seasonal updates key, and the bulk of their revenue comes from those. The stamps, they have no added benefit other than putting stamps on your World Traveler hat, of which most people don't really give a shit about, unless they want to directly support a specific map or a specific creator. And the number one person who does that is Eric Smith, the Valve dev that still works on TF2. He buys 100 map stamps for every new map that is added, and he's the number one. Your common player is just not buying map stamps at a high enough rate to, like, justify not removing maps because it's going to cut off this, like, this incredible source of revenue for map makers. Like, I've seen revenue statistics for maps that get in the game. Like, I'm not kidding when I say maybe 2% of their revenue pool comes from map stamp sales after the first month. Like, within the first month, a whole bunch of people buy them, right, and support them and what have you. But after the map leaves the seasonal rotation and goes back into the vanilla rotation, no one gives a shit anymore. Same thing for, like, unboxing the new crate. Like, after the first month or two, key sales drop off exponentially. The map makers have earned the bulk of their revenue in the opening months, and then leaving the maps in the game for years, those map stamp sales are pretty much non-existent, like literally zero, for a map that's been in the game for more than a year, or more than 6 months even, or it's so low that they're missing out on, like, $2. Like, yeah, deprive them of their fucking revenue when they've already made thousands. Like, come on, man. It's just a bad argument. Have I ever bought a map stamp? No, I haven't, because I just don't care. Like, the idea of supporting community creators that way used to really mean something back when a community map getting added into the game actually meant something. Nowadays, it doesn't mean anything anymore because every map Valve adds is community made. The majority of maps that Valve has added since fucking 2014 are community made. I lied. I must have bought at least one so I could get the World Traveler hat because I do own one, but I don't remember what stamp I bought.
effects on maps they may have bought stamps for, effectively robbing them of their money. Not to
No, it's non-existent. The amount of money is non-existent. Even if this is something you don't personally care about, it's a lawsuit waiting to happen on Valve's end, so it's unlikely they'll do anything regardless. First of all, once a piece of content is accepted into Team Fortress 2, these creators are not guaranteed a certain amount of income at like a specific date. Like they get their stamp sales, they get their key sales, that's where the buck stops. And then Valve can do literally anything they want with the content they accept. They can remove it at will, they can alter it at will. So like if someone were to actually sue Valve for removing their map, and then therefore the additional crumbs of map stamp revenue that come from it, they'll be laughed out of the fucking courtroom because again, once Valve accepts something, they can do whatever they want with it. They would literally be suing Valve for like $20. We're not working with pallets of gold bricks here, man. And the last thing workshoppers want to do is bite the hand that feeds them. They're not gonna sue Valve over missing map stamp revenue when, again, the majority of the sales happen within the opening month of the map's release, for which the map would be available, and then once it's removed from the rotation, which, guess what? Scream Fortress maps are for 90% of the year. That's already happening with Scream Fortress maps and Smithsmith maps. You can't play them all the time. They're effectively not accessible in vanilla Valve servers. So... but people can still buy their map stamps. You don't have to remove the map stamps from the store. like it's set upon the condition that a map has to be removed and therefore the map stamps too. Stupid argument.
There's no guarantee that any maps
Very
that
stupid
get
argument.
removed will be the universally disliked ones, if such a thing even exists.
That's true. I do not trust Valve to set any kind of map rotation. At least not now. Maybe like Valve 10 years ago. But I would not trust Valve to like pick and choose the maps that would be available inside of a temporary or permanent rotation. They would like remove fucking Frontier or Powerhouse for some stupid reason. I don't trust them. They couldn't even get a proper competitive rotation going. So that I agree with.
So that's a bad situation for everyone. We've seen how weird Valve can be with not only the selection of maps that they add in the first place, but even with something like which Christmas maps get added to the year-round pool. Some of the omissions and...
Okay, Harp is good. Harp is great. Harp should just be a vanilla map. This is fine. Snow Tower blows. Hacksaw blows. Penguin Peak also blows. And it is a holiday reskin of an existing map. Yes. Like, stop it. Cool it with the holiday maps, please.
Additions there were just flat out bizarre. The only maps you could
Bizarre is an
justifiably
understatement.
remove in this context are the Valve created maps, and a good portion of these are some of the most
Again, this is based on the argument he made a moment ago that you can't touch community-made maps, which is simply not true.
popular maps in the game. Okay, not you. Even if you think a map prune would be beneficial,
Hydro, buddy, used to be populated all the time with quick play because we had alternative game modes. And what did we have? DeGroot Keep, Doomsday, and Hydro. Just those three. In its own big game mode, with its own big tab. And you could click on it, and you could consistently play Hydro. It's not the best map in the game, but I certainly have fun playing on it. Also Watergate, but that was late up 2015, so memory, yeah. But yes, Watergate 2.
in terms of practicality on Valve's end and trust for Valve not to fuck it up on our end, I still think this is a bad idea. Some people have also
Again, I don't trust Valve to pick maps.
suggested a
I
map
agree with that.
rotation. And while I think this is a much more elegant solution than outright map removal, I'm not sure if it's the best fit since there's a solid chance that a map you really like
Yeah, same
may
problem.
just be out of rotation for however long that rotation period lasts.
That's
I
also not
imagine
the best solution.
Super popular
Like, that would be, I guess, the most favorable solution with some kind of core rotation and then a temporary rotation on top of that. But it would still be like so many maps, like probably still like above 60, which is not ideal. Better than 126, so it's a step in the right direction. Like, I have yet to hear from anyone, like, I can't think of a good solution other than outright removing maps of like how to handle 126 maps in the vanilla rotation. Like, how do you even begin to address that in a meaningful way short of just suddenly manifesting an extra 2 million players to pump into your game to make sure all these maps are populated. Like, there's kind of no way around it.
Our maps would be exempt from this, but hey,
Just keep the ones I like. So true.
I still like Fastlane, and I'd better still be able to queue for Mountain Lab. Besides, where exactly is the line drawn between what is a popular map that's safe versus a popular map that isn't safe from being arbitrarily put on rotation? Without a solid answer to that,
I mean, you could just look at playtime statistics and see what people, cram into the most. Again, like, you can have the top 25 maps always remain in the game because they're the most popular, and then you could, like, cull the maps that are in, like, the bottom 50 pretty easily because most people just don't touch it.
I think you have a lot more people who are suddenly a bit more wary of this prospect, especially considering how
There could be half solutions to
many
this, I
people
think.
almost exclusively play on a single map. I think a solution that works out best for everyone is instead rotational contracts.
Add map-specific contracts on a consistent rotation to artificially funnel players into a smaller, more manageable map pool. So, a battle pass. This is like kind of a pseudo battle pass is what I'm getting from this. Where you're incentivizing players to only access certain parts of the game for a short temporary period of time just to artificially populate maps that would otherwise not be populated. Which doesn't really solve the problem of, like, player distribution filling things up when everyone's just gonna cram into, like, the small handful of maps, which we experience every year with Scream Fortress. And what does that do? It completely guts other elements of the game, other maps in the game, and fucks up queue times. So, like, definitely not a good idea. If Valve fucked up the perm rotation community servers, could fill the gap? No, absolutely. But the problem is most people would still go through quick play.
Map-specific contracts are already in the game in the Jungle Inferno pool.
Sure.
And when Jungle Inferno
And those persisted fine because, one, you could access any contract you wanted to. Not all of them were map-specific. And there weren't 126 fucking maps in the game where we didn't have it wasn't an issue of having to spread so many players so thin. So it worked back then when we had fewer maps in the game, but just not now.
dropped, they did a great job at funneling players into less populated maps like DeGroot Keep and advertising the new Mercy.
With the size of TF2's player base now, it would not work. I mean, this is of course existing in this hypothetical world where Valve would be willing to work on TF2 again, which in turn could probably reignite some player traffic and get more people into the game. So maybe that could help, but this argument through the lens of how many people play the game now is just not a good idea. It wouldn't be a good solution.
Mercenary Park. The issue with this is now that Jungle Inferno is older than Monkey's ideal girlfriend, the pool of players activating their Jungle Inferno contracts is incredibly small, meaning there's less people queuing for these maps since, without being pressured into doing so, no one really wants to play them. Okay, at least that's the case for DeGroot Keep. Mercenary Park is still decently popular. However, putting a
DeGroot Keep's in the top 25, by the way. DeGroot Keep is one of the most popular maps in the game consistently, which is crazy. It's the 23rd most popular, 20th? I don't remember exactly. It's in the top 25.
select pool of maps into a rotating contract system, maybe rotating every 1 to 3 months, would artificially funnel players into these maps so they can get their contract loot. And you can...
You're making a battle pass, effectively. And guarantee Valve would paywall it. Call the maps down to 50 to 70 and spotlight one community map each week. There's enough at the present each week should be... So, what does ATP mean? Does that mean at the present? There's enough at the present each week should be something different? Yeah. That's also not a terrible idea. It's like a pseudo removal of the map because you can't play it all the time at this point. At this point, at the present. Close enough. I almost got there.
Even use these contract awards to implement items that people have been asking for ever since Jungle Inferno.
This is a battle pass. It just turns into like an incredibly predatory and anti-consumer move here to like inject a battle pass system, because that's what this is, to like incentivize players to play in dead areas of the game in which this was not a problem before map bloat even existed. So it's like having to like retroactively slap all these band-aids on a problem that never needed to exist in the first place. But now Valve has dug this hole so fucking deep by cramming so many maps into the game. It's like, what else can we do? Ugh!
modifiers for weapons that are currently missing them, or hell, even new Mark II war paints. I'd punch a nun in the face.
I mean, I would like Strange's too. Give me a Strange Dragon's Fury. The crimes I would commit to get a Strange Dragon's Fury are innumerable and inconceivably grotesque, just so I can get a Strange Dragon's Fury. But I don't like it. I'm not a fan of this idea.
For a
It's
good
not a
Mark
Reddit
II
weapon,
red bear.
shut up.
How about all those cool decorated weapons that people have made on the workshop? Those might not fit in any war paint cases, but they would have a good place here. How about chemistry sets? Anything you can think of that doesn't really have a place in the current case system
Jingle more keys to get people to play on dead maps
could absolutely fit.
that are dead for a reason most of the time. You know, at least the ones in the main rotation. Like, there's a reason why no one plays on Penguin Peak. And you're gonna have to incentivize the people to play on Penguin Peak with a contract to give them a fucking skin? It's like you're not addressing the underlying problem.
In as contract rewards. If Valve wanted to monetize this, there could be free and premium contracts.
Literally asking for seasons and a battle pass. He's asking to tack yet another feature from Counter-Strike 2 and a TF2. Again, how does this fix casual mode again? It really doesn't. It's not even a real good fix for the map bloat problem at all.
For better, more exclusive rewards. But how exactly this could be monetized would be up in the air. As long as the
And it would
contracts
be,
aren't too
for sure.
tedious and
100%. Guaranteed to be monetized.
specific like some of the Jungle Inferno contract could be.
Yes, you now have to spend money. Like, the notion of this is insane. That you now have to spend money on a battle pass to solve a problem that did not exist, and the only reason why this battle pass would exist is to address the massive hole that Valve dug for themselves. I don't like this at all. Like, the foundation this is built upon is insane. And the solution is even more insane. Like, yes, let's give Valve money so we can solve a problem that did not exist. Ugh. Was tabbed out. Has he made even one good or interesting point yet? Like he's shared common sentiment. Like, there's too many maps in the game. Map bloat is a problem. You know, he's had a couple of decent points here. He's got the spirit, but all the band-aids and solutions he's presenting really aren't addressing the underlying problems.
And the price for the contract pass is reasonable, then I think it would be a beneficial addition all around that helps improve the distribution of casual.
Like, take the. I know I just said this, but like, take it to the end, clear-cut extreme here. We have to spend money on a new battle pass system to address a problem that did not need to exist in the first place. Like, I understand, right? Like, I'm not knocking the guy for this specific suggestion. Like, he's an idiot or something. He's trying to find some functional solution to the sheer amount of maps we have in the game. It's just lunacy to think it's a good idea to, like, yes, let's give Valve even more money to address a problem that they created for us. Oh my god.
Players across the game's maps, even if it's not directly affecting the way casual functions as a system. The important thing is to get a good portion of people playing a certain pool of maps all at the same time so they're not spread too thin, while still giving people the option to play on maps that aren't currently in the contract rotation if they so choose.
They're still going to be dead unless they buy the fucking battle pass.
If they decide the contract isn't worth
And
slogging
then,
through
like,
junk.
The problem is, with the way TF2 has an open market, if you don't make the items only accessible as a battle pass reward, what incentive do you have to buy the battle pass when you can just go back on, say, the community market or third-party trading sites and just get the item you want directly and probably for cheaper with less time being wasted? This is just insane, man. Quick play can never happen, but battle pass to play 400 ping Brazil server will. Yeah. That's where we are.
However, I should note
Getting quick play is not an option, but a battle pass just to reinvigorate some dead maps, that's that's apparently a reasonable ask for Valve.
Necessarily going to revitalize unpopular maps and make people realize they were actually great all along. The sad reality is that a lot of unpopular maps aren't deserted because TF2 players are incapable of scrolling down. They're unpopular because they're unpopular.
Again, that's also simply not true. Something I disproved when I was looking at the Master Comps post on Reddit. right? The reason why some maps are dead, traditionally good and popular maps, is because they are shoved at the bottom of the list inside of alternative game modes. Think about the mentality of your common player, right? They see core game modes, like, oh yeah, this is the actual game, and then they see alternative game modes, which they probably don't even know is there unless they scroll all the way down. But then they see alternative game modes like, oh, what are these? These are different weird ways to play? I'm not really interested in that. I just installed this game. I want to see like the normal way to play. That instantly cuts off so much traffic to maps that have been in the game since 2009, like Pipeline and Nightfall, for example, which were once traditionally super populated maps. People sent me videos the other day on stream. You can go back and watch the stream I did looking at the Mastercoms post, where you could just look up the Valve servers in the browser, and there were tons of populated Nightfall and Pipeline servers. Traditionally, you never had a problem finding a Nightfall and Pipeline game, and the only reason why those maps died is because Valve put Payload Race in alternative game modes. That is the only reason, and it was practically instant that those maps died as soon as Meet Your Match came out. That is irrefutable. Irrefutable. And it is so fucking annoying that he keeps making the argument of like, well, these maps just suck, and so that's why no one wants to play on them, when it's just simply not true. It is not true. Oh my god. Which just like makes me doubt, did you ever play Quick Play? Did you ever like explore other maps in this game? Because you keep bringing up the argument like, oh yeah, people only like to play on like one map all the time, or like a small rotation, which is true. People like going back to the same maps they know, but that doesn't automatically mean that these other maps are just dead and unpopular because, well, I don't like them. That kind of thing. The reason Australian servers are dead is because Australia sucks. I can say that Australia does in fact not suck. It's a very beautiful place. I've only been to the Sydney airport, but it is nice there. Yeah, the logic is flawed here. It's kind of nuts. When I said I wanted Hydro populated again, I didn't want it full of people who don't actually want to play it and just want to speedrun contracts. It would be unfun. Thank you. That is also a fantastic point. People would be funneled into these maps with the incentive of getting an item and not playing the map because they find it fun. As soon as they finish their contract, they're gone. They're not going to stick around, right? Like, we experienced that with other previous map contracts, but thank God we had significantly fewer maps in the game, and the maps that had contracts were mostly good maps that people actually wanted to play on, which offset that issue. But if we only have crappy maps that players are being incentivized to play with a toy or pair of keys being jingled in their face, they're not playing it because they enjoy it. They want the keys. It doesn't solve the problem. 2 hours and you've seen 1/4 of it. GG. Good luck. We're getting
more
there.
serious attempts at payload race that aren't shitposts as much as the next guy, but the sheer amount of times I've seen people gassing up Pipeline of all maps is insane.
Dude.
Hightower is right next to Pipeline, and you can queue for that just fine. It's just that no one wants to play on these maps. So if you want to justify their place in the queue, you kind of have to make people want to play them. If it worked for the melee...
Oh my fucking god, dude. It's so insane. It is so fucking unreal. Again, it's this gaslighting bullshit revisionist history because they can't actually address the arguments people make in favor of Quick Play, the system that ensured that maps like Pipeline and Nightfall were consistently populated. You can find so many videos. Like, again, why is he so vitriolic about this? I don't get why he's being so vitriolic about this. You can go back and find so many videos before Meet Your Match of people looking for a payload race game. And there were tons of populated Pipeline servers. You could play on a full server whenever you wanted to. Like, oh my god. Why lie? I don't understand what value do you have with lying about this? Like, did you think people weren't going to catch you in this lie? Like, do you think people just assume, like, they're going to believe you? Like, oh, like, I think the map is bad, therefore everyone thinks the map is bad. Well, that's why no one plays it. No, people love Pipeline. So, like, fuckloads of people in my chat love Pipeline. We can't play it because the map menu fucking killed it. Because your common player is not going to go out of their way to scroll all the way down to the bottom of this list and also tick off alternative game modes. Wonder if he's consistent on this metric and would concede that 2 Fort is the best map in the game. Somehow doubt this. No, of course not. He would not concede this. He would not concede that 2 Fort is the best map in the game because it's played the most. Flip it back to the other end member extreme. 2 Fort is the most popular map in the game because it is the best map in the game, which is, you know, obviously debatable. Him being a sniper main, you would think that he would like Pipeline. That's what baffles me the most. The dude's a fucking sniper main. That is a shooting gallery, and he doesn't like Pipeline? I don't think he's from this planet. Anyway.
Only map in a first-person shooter, then I think it can work on any map. Also, speaking of game modes, King of the Hill would greatly benefit from being extended to first to 3 victories.
You're just
as opposed
slapping
to
another band-aid on the problem. You're just slapping another fucking band-aid. It's like, yeah, a 45-minute map timer is a really bad idea, but we can extend the playtime to about 45 minutes by just adding more rounds. Like, just, oh my god. Like, buddy. Like, you bitch about people saying, oh, well, you just want quick play. When you're literally doing the same thing people are saying when it comes down to all of these arguments. It boils down to, it's just quick play. This is just re-implementing a 45-minute fucking timer, but just for one game mode. Put that back on Capture the Flag, 5 control point, attack, defend, and payload, just so every map in game mode can have more playtime. Instead, for whatever reason, continuing to maintain this obviously mandatory win-loss condition that so many people need for skill ranks that don't work. Why? For what purpose? What benefit is there to doing this when you could just have the 45-minute map timer and have no limit? Play as many rounds as you want to that fit in that time frame and come and go as you please. Like, I know it's become a bit of a meme where it's like, well, I don't want quick play, but let's just make casual mode function exactly like quick play. But he's like doing the joke himself. He's doing it to himself here. And again, that's like more work on Valve's part. Like, okay, now we have to extend the win-loss condition to like a best of a best of 5? A best of 7? Like, how many do you want?
To 2. The UI for this already exists in the game, as can be seen in...
Like, you're gonna have like 5 lights, or like 4 or 5 lights across the top. Let's just extend this fucking UI element even more.
Communities.
What is the difference between that and like the number of 1 rounds at the end of the score? Like the 5 losses versus 3 losses. What is the difference? If it's like, I'm getting angry now. Like, the first time I watched this video, I just skimmed. I didn't go all the way through it, like, minute for minute. But, like, now that I'm watching this, it's like, you just want quick play. I'm sorry. You're just wanting quick play's functionality. Listen, quick play is never coming back, but what we really need is a button on the main menu that lets you play quick play and has pre-2016 server rules and ad hoc in Valve servers in the community server browser. It's like...
servers that do the same thing. And in the worst instances, the current system means that an entire Koth match lasts for about 6 minutes
and it
when
sucks.
one side totally dominates.
And that's not even guaranteed, because you are placed into an ongoing King of the Hill match, drumroll please, 73% of the time. I have the stat right here. I'm not going to show the whole spreadsheet, but I'll just go ahead and pull it up again. Where's my game data? Game data. Playtime stats. Get my spreadsheet. I just spoiled the video, but that's okay. Look, listen. Actually, no, I didn't. It's okay. Because that stat's not on the spreadsheet. But it is on the other page. How often do you join an ongoing game in King of the Hill? 73% of the time. 73% of the time, you are placed into an ongoing game. Which means, and you know what that works out to? You know what that fucking works out to, because I have the stat here too. How often does your King of the Hill game last less than 10 minutes? I know I've done this on stream before, but how often does your game on King of the Hill last less than 10 minutes? "55% of the time. More than half. It is a coin flip to play on King of the Hill for more than 10 minutes with the current casual mode rule set. So you're not even guaranteed the minimum of 6 minutes. So, like, the obvious workaround, right? The obvious workaround would be to just extend and have a map timer. What's the fucking point of, like, working around the solution that we once had that not only gave players a lot more autonomy and freedom to come and go as they please, just for the sake of keeping this win-loss condition that does nothing for our experience, except make people leave. It just makes people leave. Why preserve it? Like, one of the arguments in your own video, sir, is complaining about people leaving. What is the main thing that makes people leave, right? It is when the doors do this. When the doors do this, that is the cue for people to fucking leave. And you agree with that. And instead of giving us the solution to this problem that we once had, which was a 45-minute map timer, you want to preserve the doors to make people want to leave. Fucking Homelander meme with his cheeks puffing out like I'm just fucking, ugh.
Which, while longer than the matches of 5CP and CTF where the Adderall-addicted scouts actively enjoy the process of spending more time in the queue than in the game itself, is still pretty pathetic. Just consider how long your average payload match lasts in comparison. It's night and day. I've spent well over...
Your average length of a payload match. Care to guess? Care to guess the average length of a payload match? It's like 19 minutes. It's like 19 fucking minutes. You're guaranteed so much more playtime simply by nature of how payload maps work. So why do you think everyone flocks to payload? Because it is the game mode that consistently offers you the greatest amount of playtime. And why do you think all the other game modes are harder to get into? Because they are more disruptive. Gee, I wonder what my next video is going to be about.
An hour on a single Thunder Mountain match multiple times.
Yes.
Another option...
So wouldn't it be great if you could play for an hour on any map you wanted? Instead of just King of the Hill. Wouldn't it be great if you could play for like an hour on any map you wanted to? And if you weren't in the mood to play for an hour, you could just come and go as you wanted to. What a novelty that is!
Is to extend the timer itself from 3 minutes to maybe 5 minutes. I find it kind of weird that the only Koth maps in the game that do this are Halloween-only maps, or at least reskins of them.
And the only reason why they're doing that is because it sucks to play on King of the Hill, and the people who make the maps know that people want more playtime, so they make the timers longer. He commented on his community post that he's never seen videos like You Will Not Play because he already knows what it's going to be in it. He didn't even want to research on what quick play supporters want. No, yeah, we spoke about that at the beginning of the stream, where if you're going to make arguments against someone, you need to understand what those arguments are and where they're coming from. And not tooting my own horn, but again, made my own video as a reference for people to go to understand how quick play functioned and understand like why casual mode is terrible. Like if you're not even willing to do the research and understand where these arguments are coming from and just assume what those arguments are and get them wrong, like you have in this video multiple times, like saying, oh, quick play, it's like saying the straw man that people are saying, oh, quick play is this perfect system and never had steamrolls. No one fucking said that. That's not even what I say. But he just makes up arguments that people aren't presenting and then attacks them. Straw men. God! To me, Fishstick's pinned comment just shows a major part of how we got stuck with the system for 10 years. No, yeah, it's this unwillingness to go back to something that actually worked. I don't know what the resistance to it is. It's like, it's this notion that like new is good, modern is good, even though the new and / quote-unquote modern systems are inferior to what we used to have. It's the same bullshit, nostalgia goggles, rose-tinted glasses kind of nonsense where like, they try to gaslight you into thinking like, oh, because, this is actually old and it was terrible, when I can very easily rely on my own memories because I was there for years, and also go back and do my own research and look at old YouTube videos and look at the way the system used to function and go, wow, that is actually better.
And one of those is Ghost Fort, which
The cancer is progressivism, not all change is good. Agreed.
does not have a 7-minute round timer as advertised because of this jackass. Anyway, let's talk stalemates. I'm honestly not sure why Casual opted for a stalemate system as opposed to sudden death. Not only is sudden death tense and engaging, but the current
Sudden death just encourages turtling. Like, if you have sudden death, just because people are going to want to win that, you're going to have people that are going to hide out, and then everyone that's already dead is just going to have to wait there forever. Like, that sucks. That's not fun. Like, a stalemate is just better, so you can just keep playing instead of having to wait around. Like, it's really only something that works culturally on community servers, and that's also kind of like a big reason why, like, arena mode is not super favorable, is because people don't like sitting around and not doing anything. And your typical player is not getting, like, that invested in the victory of their team, right? Some people are, but it's a very subjective thing that's either boring or not. And so it's a safer bet to just let people keep playing and keep them engaged with the game instead of, like, forcing them to sit down and just wait and do nothing until their team wins or loses. That's not fun.
stalemate system results in some maps, like a lot of 5CP maps and especially fucking Powerhouse, being turned into absolute stalematey meat grinders.
Yes, that's what makes them fun. It was a crime to add a timer to Powerhouse. A fucking crime to add a timer to Powerhouse. People like the meat. Why do you think people play Hightower? It's because they can play forever. The game never ends, and they just DM. It's like one of the main appeals for fucking Powerhouse is people want to go there to DM and play indefinitely. People like Powerhouse because they play for a long period of time. It's why I like Powerhouse. I fucking love the meat grinder maps. If you don't like them, use your own fucking logic and don't play them. And don't ruin the fun people come to for everyone else. Sorry, wow, grammar. And don't ruin the fun that these people flock to, in that they are meat grinder maps that never stop. Have an enclosing circle like Fortnite. My god. That'd be horrible. Dude, I miss very long games on CP Foundry and CP Granary. That's also just a flaw with the game mode, is that you're going to have indefinite games by nature of it being a back and forth, right? And I would rather have that than go into like a fucking... well, the thing is, 5 Control Point has the timer, and if one team doesn't win, and then you hit a stalemate, right? But the problem with going into sudden death is, again, you have a turtling problem where, like, okay, yeah, everyone gets to go, but if you die early on, well, you're just going to have to wait for everyone else to die too, and you're just kind of sitting there twiddling your thumbs, and that's not fun.
Even more than they already would be with the theoretically infinite timer that these game modes offer. While
I'm convinced he doesn't play the game because they added a timer to Powerhouse. Can you greet my good friend Bueno Elson? Assuming I've not said something incredibly offensive, Bueno meaning good, Elson just kind of sounded like a name. Hi, Bueno Elson. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, it's like the timer's in the footage. It's right here, dude. Like, this is not the indefinite stalemate meat grinder that you're describing here.
I think stalemates work fine for competitive mode, assuming Valve's implementation of competitive mode was actually well designed and implemented well, which it isn't. I propose the return of sudden death in the event of a stalemate in casual, as it just makes everyone's lives a little bit easier and doesn't waste everyone's time.
That's an oxymoron, because you're just wasting your time sitting around and doing nothing until everyone's dead.
Except for those who actively enjoy the meat grinder, in which case there's plenty of community servers out there that offer a real...
Oh, fuck you. What community servers do we get to go to that run these maps in a consistently populated server? Fuck off with that. I hate this shit too. It's like, oh, well, just go play community servers if we want to... Like, let us kill these things in casual mode. The only way you can actually play on these maps anymore. Let us continue to kill them more, and then go fuck off to the community servers that don't exist. Like, buddy. Highly, I know you don't like me, strongly encourage you to watch my Meet Your Match video, because if you did, you would know that so many community servers died. That was an option in like 2015, not now. Why do you think casual players misunderstand the most about TF2's gameplay design, and how has that affected balance discussions? I don't think it's like a general overarching like casual players. I think when it comes to a lot of community discourse, most people are kind of removed from what happens here, like us say on YouTube or Twitter. They're just kind of playing the game for fun, and they don't think about the game that deeply. And like, because most of the conversations we have, you know, the ones that are, you know, more heated and interacted with, those seem to like carry a lot of the misunderstandings. It's not so much like casual players as this overarching term that are like, oh, these are the guys that misunderstand. But and how has that affected balance discussions? Balance discussions have been happening since like day one of this game's launch, and it's like casual, quick play, whatever. People are going to be arguing about weapon balance until Kingdom Come. Yeah. We used to have 4,000 servers and most of them had players. Yeah, we did. And now with all the Valve servers combined and community servers, we have like less than 1,000. In terms of those that actually have players on them.
Grinder experience. But maybe that's just a preference thing. If you ask me, I much prefer sudden death over stalemate, but I could
Cool. If you prefer that, it's already not really an issue, so why kill the fun that's already there? Don't get it.
see some people making a case for the latter, so I won't push that one too hard.
Thank
the
you.
last big point I want to mention is ad hoc connections. If you
Okay.
weren't around for it, this was basically the process of joining official Valve servers, either through someone else's profile, or more commonly through the community server browser.
If he says anything short of bringing them back, instant disagree. Because there's just no argument against having ad hoc connections back.
Which was how I and most other players actually connected to TF2 servers, since Quick Play was kind of just a slower, worse, more random, and less reliable version of doing the exact
Again, all these things are simply not true. Go back and look at any footage of Quick Play and just watch how fast someone got into a full server. Like, I swear to God, people just like Fish and others just completely black out Quick Play from 2014 to 2016. Like, it wasn't slow, it wasn't worse, it wasn't more random. You had so much autonomy and so much control over your experience with Quick Play after 2014 that you could choose your map, you could choose community servers or not, you had all these other filters you could choose, or you could go into the server browser and pick the map you wanted to. You had so much freedom, but they just completely black that out and assume, oh, Quick Play is only this thing that existed from 2011 to 2013. It fucking sucked. It was terrible. Like, they just completely ignore what the final version of Quick Play was. They completely ignore what the final version of Quick Play was like.
same thing. Now, obviously, as a YouTuber, my perspective on this is biased, as I really
Why?
don't want any old psycho Steam profile stalker to be able to instantly find out whatever server I'm on.
You have privacy settings that ensure that people can't do that. That is a thing on Steam. They can't do that anymore.
And follow me around until the end of time. But trust me when I
Look, Fish, I'll cite this from your streams. You tend to have a lot of people that go out of their way to, like, try to give you a hard time in your games. That used to happen to me a lot, too. Now I just kind of take it in stride, and I play into it, and I try to make some fun with it. I suggest trying to do that, so the stream sniping becomes less of an issue for you. That's my advice. Play into it a little bit, have a little bit of fun. If you have, like, a spy that's following you from game to game, like, challenge his ass to a revolver duel or something. Turn it into content instead of, like, complaining about people following. Because it's going to happen anyway, right? It's going to happen regardless of what you're going to be doing. Regardless of what system we have. It happens right now. Like, I've seen your streams with casual mode. People follow you around right now. This problem exists in multiplayer online games in general, and regardless of the system we have, it's not going to remove the problem. It's just the nature of being online and having a following. You're going to have people that are going to go out of their way to be an asshole to you, you know? So, to me, even suggesting that this could be an argument, I know he's not leaning on this argument, but even, like, bringing it up is foolish. Because, again, this is a problem that would exist regardless of the system we have, and it's no excuse to not bring back the better system with all of its features and freedoms for the sake of protecting the few people that are going to get followed around by people. You know? I just... Ugh.
say that's not an issue.
And it's also a non-issue because we have privacy settings that make sure people can't see what server you're in.
exclusive to YouTubers. Plenty of people have to deal with crazy-ass stalkers who just want to ruin their day for literally no reason.
If this was a widespread, pervasive issue, you would be hearing about this a lot more often, and we simply don't. We primarily hear this from YouTubers and streamers, and like, of course, it's like there's a non-zero amount of instances where this happens, but he's now kind of blowing this up out of proportion to make it seem like a bigger problem than it actually is, when it really isn't. And again, this would exist regardless of the system we have. It's happening right now and happens now, right? And so, again, not an excuse to not bring back the system that just made the player experience better.
Never underestimate just how dedicated the utterly insane are when it comes to being even a mild irritant for a handful of seconds. Of course, the big...
Listen, buddy, I think that does, you say it's biased because you're a YouTuber. I think that really comes from your streams. And again, it's not a valid argument to present when it comes to making changes that impact everyone that plays the game.
issue with the removal of ad hoc connections was that I would say they were the best means of getting into a good game of TF2 because of how easy it was to curate your experience. You could filter by map and game mode, see exactly how many people are on a server before you join it, see how long it's been
Something else you could do with Quick Play, by the way, with the show servers option.
running and check everyone's score, check for the names of some particularly annoying regulars in your area to avoid them. It was
I'm sorry, that's kind of a you problem.
the best way of getting
Sorry I'm coming back late to make this point, but I hate when people are like, oh, just avoid casual and go to community or other TF2 alternatives. That's how you shrivel regular TF2 more and more. Dude, like, and what I said earlier, where do you go? Like, what servers are they going to go to? There are no servers that are consistently populated. They're going to be running the maps they want to play on all the time. It's like, well, you want to play a Powerhouse? Well, just go find a Powerhouse server. Find me one right now that's populated. And then, of course, the argument there is, well, no one wants to play it then. Well, then clearly no one wants to play it when you have a lot of people that want to play it in casual mode, but they all funnel into casual mode because it's the first and easiest option. And people don't bother with community servers because they're all fucking dead. It is a self-feeding problem.
guaranteeing that the game you got into
Wow.
is going to be solid the vast majority of the time. Now, casual does not work with direct ad hoc connections, not through profiles or the server browser.
And it should. Just bring them back. That's just the simplest thing, is bring them back.
It never has, and I don't think it's possible to make it work without serious overhauls to the entire system.
Literally one command. What is it? TFMM, like TF underscore MM something 0. It's literally one command Valve has to enter. It's one fucking change that they have to make to their servers. Like it's TFMM strict 0. What significant changes are we talking about here? He is correct in that ad hoc connections were completely incompatible with the matchmaking system, and that's why they had to be removed, because why would you allow ad hoc connections to bypass a skill-based matchmaking system that is supposed to find and balance the games for you? Again, completely antithetical. That's why Valve turned them off. But as soon as they allowed for players to come and go as they please, and allowed for games to begin with fewer than 24 players, there was literally zero reason to leave them off. They should have been brought back immediately, but they just left them off because they're incompatible with how a matchmaking system functions. So the matchmaking system would have to literally be turned off in order for ad hoc connections to come back. And it seems like most of that legwork is done by a single command, TF underscore MM underscore strict 0. It's not that much work. Or just go back to Quick Play. The code is already there. No, yeah, I also don't like that, like, he thinks that reverting back to Quick Play is this Herculean task. It's not. And, like, it shouldn't matter the amount of work. This is fucking Valve, this company with infinite resources and manpower. Even if it was a ton of work, who fucking cares? It's the better system. And while we're at it, we can ask for improvements to that better system that we probably would have received if Quick Play had stayed in the game, which would still all amount to less work than applying more band-aids onto the existing system. Even if I'm completely wrong, right? Even if I'm completely wrong, and making casual mode function like Quick Play requires less work, we're still getting there in the end. Which is like what most of this fucking stupid discourse boils down to We kind of all want the same thing. We're just arguing over semantics. Do we call this quick play? Do we call this improving casual mode? The end result is the fucking same. We all want the same features and freedoms that we once had. And that's the frustrating part. Like, come on, man. And then, like, he doesn't want to admit that either. So then he, like, keeps twisting himself in knots to, like, preserve the matchmaking system and the win-loss condition, right? Without, like, conceding, like, yeah, we kind of all want the same fucking thing here. So.
But I think it is possible to fake it and get the next best thing. A system already exists in casual for queuing you into a single individual server when you queue for a match that your party is currently in. I think it should be possible to allow you to queue into a Valve match from the community server browser. It would have
So you just want ad hoc connections then? Like, again, he's just playing into the meme. He just wants ad hoc connections. Because that's all this is. Except with the added problem, because this is not a complete solution, right? Because when you're queuing, like when you're in a party, right, and you're queuing for your friend's specific game, you're not given priority. You're placed into the same matchmaking queue as everyone else. You have to wait your turn in line. That's what a matchmaking system does. So this is still an imperfect solution that's only halfway solving the problem. Like, sure, I can spot the server I want in the browser, but then I still have to queue for it with everyone else that's also potentially looking for that same map in my region, and I have to twiddle my thumbs and wait. Even if there is a slot available, you are not guaranteed to join it immediately, because other people have to be serviced before you. Hence why ad hoc connections are literally incompatible with a matchmaking system. Because what's the fucking point if you're gonna have to wait anyways? And you're not given priority for queuing for that specific server. So just bring back ad hoc connections. Why retain this matchmaking system that we're making yet another concession for that violates the purpose of its very existence in the first place, which is to form evenly sized and evenly skilled teams, by just letting people join the fucking game directly? What's the fucking point? None. No fucking point.
take longer than the effectively instant joins of old ad hoc, but I still think it would be an acceptable compromise and
We should not be compromising with a fundamentally broken system. We should not be compromising with a multi-billion-dollar company. The only reason why a compromise is on the table is because they've convinced themselves that Valve is not willing to do any work when they're suggesting that they now have to make up an entirely new system to let people queue to Valve servers through the browser with the matchmaking system still being implemented. It's like, the compromise you're asking for doesn't really solve anything either. Why compromise when we can just go back to the system that was better? Still waiting for an argument against that, and we've received none.
especially effective in those less populated areas that have much longer queue times. You don't have to worry about that if you know for a fact the server you're queuing for is going to be populated and on a good map.
And you're not guaranteed that slot because you're being put into the same queue as everyone else.
I think the vast majority of people would still use the casual queue system, and I think some changes would have to be made in order to ensure that these individual queues are just as fast as
Like, you admit right here that this is just going to require additional work. And Fish, one of your biggest arguments you make in all of these comments and in your Discord is like, oh, Valve doesn't want to do work. But here you're like, oh yeah, a good idea is to have them do even more work on a system to have these features that aren't even there, when we already have the system that exists with these features that work.
normal queues, if not faster. Not to mention, some UI changes would be nice to make filtering certain servers a little bit easier, but I'm all for people having more options, especially if it helps out people who currently struggle with the existing systems. And as a last little bow on things, some quality of life customizable settings on top of everything would be greatly appreciated. Like, seriously, if we're not going to force party players apart, then can we at least get the setting where we can choose to get matched against players in our own party? This shit has said that it's coming soon since Bloom.
This says keep party members on the same team. This should not be a thing because this is just going to reinforce steamrolls even more. I'm assuming that's what he's advocating for. I'm assuming, but he says, like, scramble party members up. I'm assuming is what he wants, right? But having this as a tick box is not a good thing, regardless of how you word it.
Moon dropped. I know Valve Time is a meme and all, but seriously, I think we'll unironically get Half-Life 3 before we see this setting actually get added. Also, I really think that we should see the end of player slots being taken up in a server by people who have disconnected or had their game crash or any.
Another concession, making a change to a system that relies on slot reservations. Oh, let's remove this specific type of slot reservation instead of removing the entire system itself. It's like it's like another halfway band-aid. I just don't understand this.
Anything like that. All it does is make the teams uneven for the people who are
like, sure, but then you have this other half of the problem where the game has already begun, but you're going to be down these players that are not loading into the server yet. They're just not present and the game begins anyways. It's a half solution to the problem that is the matchmaking system needing the requirement of reserving slots. Man. Oh my god.
actually still in the server.
Why must we keep making concessions and compromises with a system that clearly does not need to be here when we keep making changes for it to not do what it was supposed to do in the first place? I don't get it.
Which I think is more important than ensuring that someone can get back into a game they probably never joined in the first place because they're playing on a toaster and don't know what a config is yet. I think this is a vestigial remnant of back during the first implementation of casual, when the matches you got into were meant to be a lot less disposable than they are now. So getting back into your match.
What? So I think that's a crazy thing to say. To say that, like, when Meet Your Match was first implemented, matches were supposed to be more disposable. No, the reason why they had that reservation take place is because if you crashed, you could get back in without a fucking abandonment penalty. So the game wasn't disposable. They're certainly disposable now, right? That's true. They're absolutely disposable now. Maybe I misunderstood. Let me go back and listen to it.
I think this is a vestigial remnant of back during the first implementation of casual, when the matches you got into were meant to be a lot less disposable than they are now.
A lot less disposable, okay.
So getting back into your match after something went wrong
Thank
was
you.
actually a practical choice. But therein lies the problem. These matches are supposed to be disposable now. So if someone gets dropped off, then too bad.
I didn't catch the less.
Unless they're in an
No, yeah, I agree. Like, if your game fucking crashes, there shouldn't be a slot reservation. But again, this is like a halfway band-aid to the overarching problem that is the matchmaking system in the first place.
incredibly low traffic.
And so, like, and then you could just say, okay, well, let's stop reserving slots on a team. Let's load them in first and then put them on a team. Then we just have quick play again. Like, then we'll come full circle and just get quick play back, but we're still calling it casual mode.
Area, getting into another match.
Why do you think they are ashamed to / cannot admit this straight up that the solution is quick play? Why do the zigzag of what is effectively quick play? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
Just by queuing again shouldn't be too hard. Remember that people generally find re-queuing faster than sticking around during the round start timer. Even if that isn't the case, then the new pseudo ad hoc system would allow them to join back in anyway without too much fuss if they were that attached to the game they were just in. I think the only exception to this should be players in a party, since forcing the entire party to re-queue just so their one friend who crashed doesn't get left out is just
It's like, and then like you propose these changes and then it creates new problems that you just have to like deal with when these were no problems in the first place ever.
bad for match health.
Like, you wouldn't even have to be making these concessions and compromises if we never had this shitty system.
Do all that and throw a few bug fixes in there, like the rather infamous one where you can't even vote for a map at the end of the round.
I mean, obviously, yeah, this is fucking inexcusable. It's been broken since the first day it was implemented. It's amazing it's still broken. Jesus Christ.
Casual mode comes out on the other side looking pretty damn good, and a hell of a lot better than it is now. Now, that's
Not
pretty
by
much
much.
all the objective stuff
If anything.
out of the way.
Because
Hopefully-
again, you're not addressing the underlying problems that make the experience miserable. The shorter rounds, the slot reservations fucking up game balance, not being able to play with or against your friends as you please, not having the same level of autonomy to find the games you want based off player count, ping, etc., etc. So you have all these like halfway band-aid fixes that get you a little bit of the way there while still retaining the biggest problems of the matchmaking system. It's like, at this point, just scrap the entire thing and go back to what we had.
It's pretty difficult to argue that
Yeah, don't worry. Like, this section of the video is kind of pointless. I'll probably put it on one, like,
What I've
one, like
listed-
1.25 speed, just to kind of get through it.
it would be improvements over what we have now. But there's one more really big thing to talk about, and that's the matchmaker itself.
Yeah,
now,
this is interesting.
It's kind of difficult to talk about objectively because we have some problems.
The more changes they advocate for, the more they reverse engineer their way to quick play. Honestly, this is so sad to see. Here's more for the road, man. Thank you. No, yeah, it's like so painful to kind of like slowly watch them concede instead of just like outright admitting that like, oh yeah, quick play was better. So like they keep like proposing more and more and more changes that just get us closer and closer and closer to quick play without actually admitting that, yeah, we could just go back to quick play and have everything we want. You know, we could just go back to quick play with a couple of changes to its UI to add like a map filter so people can omit the maps they don't want to play on, and then we'd be right as rain.
Number 1. For official Valve servers, this is the only system that we currently have access to, meaning even if we gather data on it, we have nothing to compare it to. And number 2,
Okay.
I have no idea how it works. Oh, but Fish, Valve explained it themselves during the Blue Moon patch notes. It uses a Glicko system just like Counter-Strike. Okay, well I think we can all agree that there's a chasm of difference between how Valve says this system works and what it
So like, I think it's pretty well understood that whatever skill-based matchmaking TF2 uses simply does not work. Team skill is basically constructed at random. It's a total crapshoot to get into something that resembles a reasonably balanced game, and that's just the nature of Team Fortress 2. By nature of building a game that the developers explicitly stated was intended for players of all skill levels to play together in, right? When you build a game like that, by nature of players being able to play as they want, with whatever they want to play with weapon-wise, changing classes, on a whole bunch of different maps, you're just going to get a crapshoot of balance. And trying to apply any kind of skill-based matchmaking system onto a game as complex as Team Fortress 2, that was originally designed for games to facilitate players of all skill levels and desired levels of engagement, is simply a fool's errand. So, like, maintaining that and retaining that system that clearly does not work is pointless, when it simply just never worked since day one, and Valve even conceded that with the changes they made to casual mode in the opening month. Letting games begin with fewer than 24 players, letting players come and go as they please, re-implementing auto-balance, which bypasses the purpose of a matchmaking system entirely. It's like, with all these concessions Valve made, they agreed, indirectly, that skill-based matchmaking doesn't work for Team Fortress 2, so why is it still here? You know?
actually does.
So it doesn't matter if we don't know how it works. It just doesn't work. And there's like no conceivable version of matchmaking that could consistently produce balanced games, right? Because what a matchmaking system is trying to do is trying to find all players of a roughly equal skill level, when that's not what TF2 was designed to facilitate. It was designed to have teams that have like varying skill level, like high to low, right? It's like that's how the scoreboard usually pans out. A matchmaking system struggles with that because it has to take group team skill into account, which is far more difficult given all the variables and different map environments, the fact that people change classes all the time. It's just not mathematically sound to create like a stable solution with a model that has that many knobs to turn. And the result with what we experience now is a crapshoot.
Now, the idea is that Casual uses a form of skill-based matchmaking similar to a lot of other games, including Counter-Strike, and TF2 is running the same system in not only Casual in the
Let's see, we'll put this on like 1.25.
form of a mostly invisible elo system, but also its competitive mode. But the real question is, does this even do anything?
No.
Because the way I see it, there's basically 3 options for the effectiveness of the matchmaker. 1, the matchmaker is not functioning properly and is actively putting players into uneven matches through some fundamental flaw in its design. 2, the matchmaker
No,
is
I think the matchmaking system is just working as intended. It just sucks.
essentially a non-entity, and it likely prioritizes getting you into a game at all and doing so quickly and within the proper ping parameters over making sure the match is balanced.
So this is probably very true because in the opening like year of Meet Your Match being out, Valve made several concessions and several changes to the matchmaking system just for the sake of getting players into servers faster. So it seems like they probably, we don't know this for sure, eased off the amount of weight that your MMR had in terms of forming games, which just further supports the notion that team balance is random. So why is it here?
So the players you're getting matched with are essentially random. Or the one that I really hope isn't true. 3. The matchmaker is actually working perfectly, and all those roles you keep getting into could be so much worse and so much more frequent than they already are.
I mean, that's also probably true, is that it gives you an MMR rank. You have a skill base, you have like a skill rank that it's using to build matches, it just doesn't work.
Now, I'm pretty sure the casual matchmaker uses a similar or identical system as the competitive matchmaker, and the competitive matchmaker is infamous for being extremely fussy about putting you into a match, even if people are queuing for it, which they're usually not because
Actually, we
don't
know that.
If your rank is too high, because the game was actually trying to create a balanced match. So if they're using similar systems, then my guess is that option 1 is true, and if they're wildly different systems, then I'm honestly leaning more towards option 2. I don't want to consider option 3 as valid because it scares the hell out of me. As far as my memory
option 3 is probably true. It's probably working exactly as intended.
Concern, which is incredibly subjective.
Don't worry, we're getting through the second half of this video a lot faster because a lot of this is just not really
absolutely unreliable.
Anything substantial.
I seem to recall getting matched into more roles not after the implementation of casual as a whole, but rather after the implementation of the Glico system in the Blue Moon update. In my Brass Beast review back in 2020, I even mentioned how I was getting into more roles recently, like it was a relatively new occurrence. I wouldn't have said it was a recent issue.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because Valve probably hastened the speed at which players get into servers, deprioritizing, or rather just like hastening the speed at which players get into servers, which just further exacerbates the slot reservation problem, where you have a whole bunch of people loading in, but the game's just going to start right away, likely resulting in one team having more players than the other, which just sets up a steamroll, and then the steamroll plays all the way through. So
I've been dealing with the same shit for the past 2 years before Blue Moon. Like I said, I don't have anything to compare it to in terms of pre-Glico casual or pre-casual Valve servers.
Buddy, you're
I would
reusing
be
clips.
so much more.
Dude, like, okay, this is just like me, my editing autism getting to me. Like, reusing clips, don't do that. Like, that just further shows that you really didn't put a lot of effort into this video and a lot of effort into what you were saying and what you wrote, and it just kind of reinforces that this video should probably not be taken that seriously. That's just like advice. Like, if you want people to take what you're saying seriously, put a little bit more effort into your editing and like the quality of your video. Otherwise, it's more likely to be dismissed as not very good, you know?
Confident in saying anything if I did. The closest I might be able to do is compare it to community servers running settings similar to pre-casual TF2, but that raises its own series of problems in the fact that there's a far more limited player pool there. So each match I get into is going to be a lot more similar to each other, likely consisting of the same group of regular players across the same maps, unless I go out of my way to try 100 different servers with 100 different combinations of people just to keep things fair. But there's no way I can do that in a timely manner. That would take such a long time. I could do it, but you guys would have to be cool with my upload schedule looking worse than it already is. Regardless, I decided to get my own data on the matches I got into to see just how much the matchmaker was doing depending on your supposed skill level as dictated by the game. So I played a series of matches with both my main account, which I've been playing on regularly since before casual was even a thing, and the plan was also to use a brand new burner account as a control, which the matchmaker should have no expectations of me doing well at all in, and ideally put me into easier games. That is of course ideally, since you can't really factor in people who have several thousand hours in the game, but just haven't really played it all since casual was implemented.
It doesn't automatically put you into an easier game. Like, in order for a skill rank to be established, it kind of puts you into like seeding matches. At least this is my very basic knowledge on how matchmaking systems work, and then also Glico. With when you have like a fresh account, like your set MMR is like set like in the middle of the road, or like at a certain baseline, and then it shifts based on a certain number of games. And like the more you play, the more heavily it starts weighting towards your skill level, and then it should improve the quality of the matches you're being placed into. It doesn't like guarantee shit games. It just guarantees other people that have fresh accounts at that baseline, if that makes sense. Again, I'm not an expert on these things, and I need to read more science papers on matchmakers to see what the actual math is. Just join thoughts on the video so far. It's pretty fucking bad. Too long, didn't watch. It's pretty bad. He makes, again, he like comes to the right conclusions and like the right, you know, he's got the spirit. I keep saying that, but with all the wrong steps, right? He's kind of twisting himself in knots to like say, yeah, casual mode should function more like quick play, but we'll make all of these half concessions and compromises to get it like a quarter of the way there while keeping the system that's still so miserably flawed and worsening the player experience. It's just, ugh.
Or people who have most of their hours in community servers, including competitive ones. Not to mention anyone else could be just as easily smurfing as I was, and there's lots of variables to account for here. Since I have a control for something, what we'll be testing here is whether or not the matchmaker is actually attempting to balance out the games you get matched into based on your casual rank and elo settings. But we'll soon see that this didn't exactly go according to plan. Now, how this should work is that my main account should be meeting a lot more resistance than the burner account. And since I'm absolutely washed at this game, since I don't actually play it for a living, so much as I stare at Sony Vegas with blank dead eyes for hours on end for a living.
Like, you have no way to gauge this either. Like, you have no way to gauge the amount of resistance you're getting into being put into a match unless you can accept, like, your queue time. But, like, so many other things impact your queue time, like the region, the maps you're searching for. Like, being able to grasp how much resistance you're getting into being put into a balanced game is kind of a fool's errand unless you also have data on every other player you're being matched with. Without that, you're having to make some wild guesswork to how effective it's actually being. Like, unless you can see the ranks of all the other players in the server, you're not going to have any grasp on how well it's trying to match players of a similar rank, you know?
Probably means my main account is going to see a lot more rolls against me, since the game is basically saying, hey, you have like...
And also, like, gauging it on whether or not you're being rolled isn't exactly good either, because you have so many other factors with the matchmaking system that facilitate rolls. The main ones being slot reservations, prolonging misbalances, players bailing out of ongoing stomps, right? It's like, those are like the two biggest factors that promote ongoing stomps. And just saying, hey, I stomped or was stomped doesn't automatically say like, oh yeah, the weighting is fucked up, the matchmaking system's not doing its job, when there's so many other external factors that the matchmaking system has no control over, unless you forced players to stay in a server and punish them with abandonment penalties and make games begin once all 24 players are present, which is what it did on day one, and then Valve conceded that is not good, so why is it here? Then you're just shooting blanks here. Everything you're trying to assume and work with is in the wind.
6,000 hours in this game? Well, you must be some kind of expert, so go ahead and single-handedly carry this team of people who have never heard of a spy before, Mr. Expert. Surely you're basically JPEG'd here at this point and consider a 1v12 to be a pretty breezy match, right? If you look at each player as having a numerical value, let's say you're a 20 while everyone else on your team is a 1, adding up to a total of 31 points on one team, while everyone else on the other team are all valued at 3 apiece, leading to a roughly similar total. The game might think these two matches are totally even, which is almost certain.
Again, we're making the assumption that this is how the matchmaking system is working, is that it's looking at the aggregate skill of all players on that team and not each player individually and matching their ranks that way. Like, again, he's just assuming this is how the matchmaking system is working. All of it is dumb because it doesn't work anyways, so what's the point?
Not the case at all, since that player valued at 20 could easily steamroll through a bunch of 3s, or the 3s could be so well organized and the 1s so worthless that the one guy with any real value on team 1 is having to fight a 12v1 like his life depends on it just to accomplish anything. And this gets even more complex and difficult to keep track of when you consider what we mentioned earlier about casual rank and elo not necessarily dictating players' skill level. One of those 3s on team 2 could easily be a fucking 50 in disguise. For my test, I have 4 outcomes set for both accounts, and I'll be running 100 full matches to completion on each account to get as much data as is reasonably possible. The outcomes are roll loss, balanced win, and roll win. In order to make things as neutral as possible,
I'll be playing so subjective too, man. Like, I appreciate the gusto, and this was a flaw in some of my earlier videos where I would like test the efficacy of weapons by running like 50 or 100 matches of casual mode against each one. There's so many variables you can't keep account of. But when it comes to like a weapon's efficacy, you know, you can get a pretty good ballpark idea of how good something's going to be compared to another. But when you're doing something of this magnitude with so many variables that are so far outside of your control, and everything is so subjective, especially in terms of like what's a balanced loss or a balanced win, that kind of thing. It's like, is it based off of time? Is it based off of like the amount of points? That kind of shit. It's like, it just, wah. Oy.
Soldier for the entirety of this test, so that the results
and also a sample size of 100 is just not big enough.
by my choice of class or weapon, since I bet I'd be seeing a lot more wins.
I
if
appreciate
chose
the
a medic
gusto,
or
but
used a powerful banner, for instance. And I'm also going to be exclusively counting games where I can play from beginning to end, or at least as close as I can manage within reason. Now, this is basically running under the assumption that casual does end up adding that join games in progress check, but assuming the matchmaking system itself stays the same. We're analyzing the balance of the matches and player skill distribution here, which is a lot harder to get data on in the middle of a match, especially because of the whole concern with joining in the middle of roles that was mentioned
the
earlier.
thing is, you
I
can't
did end
even
up checking
get
the
data
scoreboard
on
each
player skill aside from their points, and points aren't a one-for-one reflection of how skilled a player is because points are earned in so many ways.
time I joined a new match. Just
The more I think about it, the less I even think just keep the stim badge is valid because player levels only make for a worse experience because people will see high levels and blame it. That's honestly, like, so many people still think your casual badge is a reflection of your MMR, which it's not. It's purely cosmetic. So many people see, like, oh my god, these people have been playing for a long time against like a full server of gray badges. Fuck this game is screwed, I'm out of here. Terrible idea to have those on display, but the point of having them on display is like, look how high my rank is, I grind this game so much, I'm gonna be the next big TF2 esports superstar, playing in the official TF2 competitive tournament, it's on the global stage. We never got there because Valve fucked up, and it probably could have never gotten there by nature of how TF2 is designed. Fish, you should watch my video.
joining was just starting, and the amount of games I joined into that were in the process of getting rolled was about as high as I was expecting. You're more than welcome to run a similar test of your own if you got the stomach for re-queuing
You are placed into an ongoing game 61% of the time.
every time you don't get put into the beginning of a match, and you feel like playing the exact same thing for 200 matches.
The amount of times he had to re-queue just to get into a game that had just began is probably awful. I can't even imagine how long it took him to do this.
In a row. But as far as I can tell, no one else has really attempted to gather data like this to see if casual mode skill-based matchmaking actually works and is worth keeping around. Now,
The problem is, man, like, again, appreciate the gusto, but, like, the data you've collected is based on your games alone and your skill rank alone, not indicative of really anything.
talk about my personal results. I've posted a link to the whole spreadsheet I made in the description so you can have a look over it yourself. Since it's
So, match number, you have your rounds played, round 1, round 2, round 3, game mode, map, and time of day.
possible there's some sort of correlation I might
Okay.
have missed. To clarify a few things, I only solo queued, I never threw a game intentionally, and I avoided CTF and
Did
payload
you record your MMR rank for each one?
race, since those matches can essentially become TDM games with no end, and they'd weigh the data too heavily into games that I consider a balance back and forth, not because they're actually balanced,
I
but
hope you
because
recorded your MMR rank for each
no one's
one.
trying to complete the
Is that-
objective.
well,
For
assuming the rank that is displayed on your Steam profile information is even the one that's used in the Glyco system, which it's likely not, we have no confirmation that the one that's displayed in your personal game data is the rank that's used to build games for you. We have no idea what it's used for.
my main account, the results of my data instantly subverted my expectations. Some things definitely made a lot of sense. For example, even though I had a solid selection of maps that mostly served to weed out some
And, like, the problem is, too, man, you're playing on a whole bunch of different map environments. This would have been better if you just played on Upward 100 times. Because that would have at least removed the significant variables of class effectiveness on different areas of different maps. Like, that would have been one restriction I would have made immediately.
of the more
Just to
notoriously
kill off
imbalanced
some of those
ones, or
those
just ones that I
additional
don't find
variables.
especially fun to play on. Payload is wildly overrepresented in the amount of matches I played. Out of
Gee, I wonder why.
100 matches, 44 were on payload.
That is shockingly, the set is almost exactly the same as my casual mode dataset. 40% of payload matches. The game, 40% of all matches played in TF2 are on payload. That is almost a 1-for-1 correlation to the dataset that I have. It's a little bit an error, but it's almost a 1-for-1 the same. Like, that's just how the game is. People flock into payload. So there we go. We have another, like, I cannot wait for this video to come out because here we have, like, Fish's data confirming the validity of mine. Oh, Lord. Look how much he look how much the average game lasted. Did he, like, let me put that there. Go back.
There's some sort of correlation I might.
Does he say that
is-
too?
Can essentially become
Doesn't say how long the game lasted. I'd like to know.
TDM games with no end, and they'd weigh the data too heavily into games that I consider a balance back and forth, not because they're actually balanced, but because no one's trying to complete the objective. For example, ones that I don't find especially fun to play on, Payload is wildly overrepresented
Yeah.
in the amount of matches.
That
I
matches
played.
my
Out of
data
100
pretty
matches,
fucking closely.
44 were on Payload. That's almost half.
Yeah.
Speaking of overrepresented, if you had to guess which game mode had the most roll wins on it percentage-wise,
5CP.
which one would you say? If you said anything besides 5CP, you are dead wrong, because out of the 26 rounds of 5CP I played, 19 were roll wins, and there wasn't a single roll loss the entire time. Only 7 rounds of 5CP.
Because 5 control point is subject to casual mode's dysfunctionality the worst. By far. Simply by nature of how, when you're loading in players into a 5CP match, and the game is allowed to begin before all players connect, more often than not, one team is going to start with more players than the other. And so when you meet at mid, you're going to have like a 12v6, because everyone leaves spawn at the same time. And so you have like a 12v6 at mid, they roll through and then just keep rolling, and by the time they get to second or last, the rest of those players have finally managed to load in, and then the game's fucking over. And then, oh shit, we just got rolled, I'm leaving, and so the half of the players that were there at the start bail out, and the other half that just finished loading in and got to play for 13 seconds, oh, now it's my turn, then they just get rolled again. That is entirely the matchmaking system's fault. In the comments, Fish said his friend knows a friend who works at Valve. I'm being serious. He said Valve knows about the quick play movement and won't revert it back. Thoughts? I just think it's bullshit. You're not at Valve and you're a friend of a friend that says, oh, Valve's not going to add it, I trust him. I just think it's bullshit. Like, never ever trust anyone that says, like, I have a big connection with Valve and so therefore I know what's going on. They know, guys, they know everything. So I know that they know about it. It's just never going to happen. Like, again, you don't speak for Valve. You don't speak for them. And just because they say, oh, we're not going to do it now, doesn't mean they are not going to do it in the future. Like, let's assume that's true. Let's assume Fish has a direct connection with Valve and they say quick play is just not going to happen. We can certainly change their fucking mind, because they were certainly content about doing nothing about the bots for however many years. And they're probably sitting there going, well, we're not really going to do anything, until you made enough fucking noise that obviously changed their minds.
Were actually balanced. I take back what I said earlier, stalemate game mode my ass. I spent more time in the queue than in some of these matches.
Why do you think 5 control point is the least popular game mode? 7% of all games take place on 5 control point. Gee, I wonder why.
Speaking of stalemates, you get exactly one guess as to which map gave us the only 4 stalemates of this test. Another thing is that matches that made it to round 3 on game modes that allow for it weren't especially common, but those that—
Gee, I wonder why! It's because one-sided stomps happen all the time! Because of the matchmaking system!
Most of them ended in a roll, likely because by the time you get to the 3rd round, you kinda want the game to be over with already, and that's when a lot of people are most likely to leave mid-match and put whichever team suffers that loss at an immediate disadvantage. However, my earlier prediction turned out to be completely wrong. Now don't get me wrong, I got into a lot of rolls alright, but they were rolls that my team won, and a lot of the time, it was usually because of me and because I was carrying. I didn't even consider that as an option, I thought I was totally washed, but game after game, I'd see myself way ahead of everyone else on the scoreboard. And even though I didn't feel like I was doing all that much, apparently I was a huge deciding factor in the majority of games I played. Take a look at this. I ended up playing 208 total rounds across my 100 matches, and of those, 120 rounds were rolls, and 84 of those rolls were rolls that—
Again, subjective interpretations, but let's be cordial here and assume it's like this is like a strong indication.
My team won. Roll losses actually make up a tiny portion of games that I ended up playing, and that's not even the craziest part. A big complaint about casual mode is that there's no point in sticking around if a game is going one way, because you're fighting the same people on the same team, so what the hell are the odds that things will turn around? Apparently, they're very good. Out of 100 matches, 31 were what I would describe as a complete blowout, where the results of both rounds were exactly—
31. Like, even though this is subjective, 1/3 of your games being total blowouts and they just stay that way sucks. Like, I like how his data, even though he's not like interpreting it this way, is just further reinforcing how terrible casual mode is.
Exactly the same and result in a roll against one team in particular, and of those, 27 were roll wins for my team. I only had to experience 4 roll loss blowouts in this entire test. That is completely outside of my realm of expectations. I'm so used to the games I join into being absolute stomp fest.
Thing is, the problem is, man, you went into this trying your absolute hardest, running a super efficient loadout optimized for winning and not playing how you normally do just to have fun. So like that external subjective way you're approaching the game, that external way you're like deliberately approaching the game in a different way, is obviously going to affect how well you're performing and how often you're going to win because you're trying your hardest when normally you're just kind of approaching the game more casually. And rolls are still rolls. It doesn't matter if you won or you lost. But then again, he's looking at the efficacy of his skill ranks, right? He's looking to see if his MMR is like putting him into unfair stomps because he's too good, or therefore if he loses, therefore the team had higher skill than he did. You know what I mean?
But it turns out that I'm way more likely to be the pub stomper if I just start games at the beginning. An additional 6 matches had complete toss-ups, where one round was a roll for one team, and then the other round was a complete 180, where the other team apparently decided to lock the fuck in. 20 games, meanwhile, were essentially perfect, where I considered both rounds to be well balanced based on the outcome of the game. Now, the obvious conclusion here is that even if I was the one winning, and some of these are what I would describe as borderline games, this is still way too many rolls. They make up over half the rounds I played, so something isn't working quite right here.
Obviously.
20% of the games I played being within my standards of being perfectly balanced is way too low.
Yeah, subjective, but even then, like, it doesn't take a lot of brain cells to go, that was a fun game or a fun balanced game, you know? So even if the interpretations of this are subjective, there's still like grains of valuable truth here, you know? He stomped 27 matches, someone lost these terribly. Ooh, that's a low blow.
Total bounce rounds is closer to around 43%, which is
speed.
way higher than I was expecting. Maybe if I had more defined results, I would have a better idea, but this system is already pretty subjective. It's hard to be categorical in defining what a roll is. This is mostly based on scoreboards, time spent in the match, and pure vibes. If I wanted to suck my own dick here...
Can't really do shit off pure vibes. Like,
I'd say that
it kind of sucks because like he spent so much time on this, and like most of the second half of this video is this like study he did, but it ultimately amounts to, well, these are just vibes, so how valuable is this? Probably not that valuable. Should I pay attention to it and care about it? Probably not. Like, you could have just cut this section out of your video, kept it at 30 minutes, and then talked about casual and how you'd fix it, and just could have left it at that, you know?
my results are because I'm an amazing pub stomping god, but I know that's not the case, so it has to be something else. I just have no idea what it could be. There's an insane amount of variables to account for in terms of figuring out why this is happening, and I couldn't possibly keep track of every single one of them. People leaving mid-match for one reason or another, people getting auto-balanced. Hell, me getting auto-balanced led to some roll wins turning into roll losses, so the results could have been even more skewed in the favor of roll wins if I had just stayed on my team. The classes, weapons, and playstyles that people chose, I mean, for God's sake, do you know how many shotgun trollers I saw while I'm
just further supporting the points I make about the fruitless endeavor it is to apply a matchmaking system onto a game as complex as Team Fortress 2. It's just not possible.
I was doing this test just because Soundsmith made a video on it as I was getting this data. There were plenty of games that just got rolled because no one felt like picking Engineer or Medic when it would have been very prudent to do so. Or the Medic that we did have was a fucking dingus. I'm not going to pretend that people gimping themselves out of actually being effective at the game didn't have some kind of an effect on the results. And don't even get me started on people who abuse overpowered bullshit on either team. Not to mention, it should go without saying that just because some games were balanced,
I'm just waiting for this to get through here.
mean they ended up being fun.
I know, I'm just waiting for this to get through here. I'm sorry.
Balanced wins for my team because I was stubborn enough to beat my skull against the
I don't want to skip anything because it's not doing the video justice. We're getting
and that was not an enjoyable process. But at the same time, you can't exactly say that the matchmaker was wrong for putting me against these guys when I ended up being
There's like 900 different combinations of classes and weapons and such. I actually made a video about that on my second channel. You go into like galactic like numbers. Like you start like the number of possible combinations you can get on a team in terms of class and weapon choice is like you're going into like the quintillions. It's an unconceivably high number of class and weapon combinations in your typical game. So
deciding factor.
How heavily different each one is than the other. Obviously, they, you know, some are very similar. You know, this is like the team with like it's all medics, but one team has one spy and the rest are medic. You know, that's considering all combinations like that. But point is, a lot of variables you can't keep control of. You can't account for them. So any kind of study seeing the efficacy of testing the efficacy of matchmaking based off your own personal experience is really not gonna get you anywhere. Or give you anything substantial to, like, you know, make an argument off of, you know?
The complaint that I hear all the time about casual mode is that it's just constantly putting you into games that you have no chance of winning no matter how good you are.
Yes.
It's something I agreed with because I've experienced.
And the reason why that happens is because players are bailing out of Steam rolls and you're being loaded into an ongoing game, and slot reservations are prolonging misbalances as players load in and they trickle back in to, like, stop the slow bleed of players off the losing team the winning team's not losing any players, so they just maintain momentum, and that momentum never slows down once a player joins an ongoing game, and then it's just a guaranteed loss.
It myself firsthand countless times over the years, and yet testing it out by just playing games from the start gives me the complete opposite result. It's not like it's predisposed to putting me in roles in general, otherwise whether I win or lose would be a lot closer to a 50-50. I think there's a couple of reasons for this. For one, TF2 is a very momentum-based game, so if you join in on a game where one team already has the momentum they need to keep pushing through, it's very likely that you alone will be able to stop them,
exactly,
no matter how good you are at the game. If you start a game from the beginning,
and that momentum issue is greatly exacerbated by prolonging misbalances with the matchmaker slot reservations.
Far more likely to be in your control if you're a skilled player, or even just a competent one. For another thing, a lot more of the variables that end up causing games to roll in the first place will happen more often as the game progresses, especially after the first round. This is not going to be a popular position at all, but I really think that at least some of the problems that people have with casual are caused by the people playing casual rather than the system itself. Not
That's kind of insane that he's implying skill issue. Your experience in casual mode is bad, not because of the system's dysfunctionality, but because you are bad at the game. Or because of how someone else is playing against you. Because someone picks an overpowered weapon, or is playing a certain strategy that's hard to fight against. It's your fault. And sure, that has a non-zero amount of impact on the balance of a game. It certainly has a non-zero amount of impact. But compared to the other shit that casual mode puts you through, and how it sets up games, pales in comparison to what actually happens, and the influence those things have. Like, oof.
Not only are there the previously mentioned issues where people just choose not to play a class that will give your team some kind of a foothold, and some people will just ruin a match by picking the Vaccinator, but sometimes hordes of people will just leave the match after losing at all, in any capacity. It could be a great game with a nice back and forth, everyone's having a good time, but no, we lost the round. That's alright, we still had a fun time, if we can try again next time, and where the fuck is everyone? Now granted, casual isn't pulling all of its weight here.
Yeah, because that round ended so quickly, like, why would they say? It doesn't account
for the fact that this many people can leave all at once all that well, and matches end up lasting in this.
Gee, I wonder why it can't account for that many people leaving at once, because it's constantly trying to replenish players using a skill-based matchmaking system. When, without a matchmaking system, you would just have auto-balance kick on and make team sizes even again. And because you're not having this fucked up matchmaker trying to match skill levels, players would be likely put into games a whole hell of a lot faster.
Horribly imbalanced state for way longer than they should. I personally think that auto balance should be a lot more aggressive and just swap people fast to get it over with.
See, like, but then you're never going to find new players for a server. Because in order for auto balance to be on, the matchmaker must be turned off. Because a player connecting to the server would conflict with players suddenly being moved over into these slots.
Feels like it takes way too much time to auto balance people because it's simultaneously looking for people to match into the game while also considering auto balance as a last resort option. I think it should go the other way around. The immediate state of each match.
And then what would that be mimicking? That would just be quick play. So why is the matchmaker even here at that point?
Match is way more important than getting more people into it eventually, when that eventually may never come because the match is about to get rolled to death. Obviously, no one likes getting auto-balanced, but no one likes being on either end of a 12v4 either, since the people on the 4 side of things have no chance of doing anything, and the people on the 12...
And here's the thing, man. Auto-balances would be happening so less often by nature of having a 45-minute map timer. Because once the server gets populated and you get a good game going and good teams going, they're just going to stay that way. And you're going to have, a couple people trickling in and out of the server as people usually do, but the server's just going to stay populated, so the need for auto balance would go way, way down simply by nature of not having a server reset every 5 to 10 minutes, the server then getting gutted, having to load in a whole bunch of new players, get a good game kind of balanced, everyone kind of figuring things out and getting going again. But by the time they do that, sorry, game's over, time to leave. And also team switching would help this as well.
Side of things barely even get any people to shoot up before they steamroll. So I think that's a categorical example of a necessary evil. This is a process that would also be made a lot easier without this goddamn yellow text, and having the auto balance be more aggressive would mean that you're much less likely to get auto balanced immediately before your team loses, which is just a kick in the teeth. This whole system definitely needs some tune-ups. But ultimately, I don't think you can say—
No. why bother with tune-ups if we're already making so many changes and concessions that violate the purpose of its existence in the first place, when we can go back to the system, again, that had none of these problems?
That casual should be a place where people can just mess around and not take the game too seriously, and then get pissed off when you lose because your team isn't playing as optimally as possible. I understand it's frustrating when it seems like the other team didn't get the memo that you don't have to play the game like your life depends on it, but at that point, what you really want is a server full of dumbasses that let you, in particular, pub stomp them. And hey, as long as you're joining into the start of the game, then the vast majority of the time, casual should be a great system for you. Hey, another editing addendum. Mastercom's made a huge post on Reddit that goes over in explicit detail why quick play was fundamentally flawed and is never coming back, which saves me a lot of time in having to explain it. Not that.
So here, just go read this Reddit post, and I'm not going to explain anything about this. I'm just not going to address any of the arguments. I'm not going to, I'm not going to educate myself on any of the arguments. Here, just go look at this Reddit post that I also picked apart. A Reddit post that basically boils down into describing why quick play is not a matchmaking system and why casual mode is. And in that Reddit post, it doesn't address any of the arguments that people make in favor of quick play over casual mode. It just describes the shortcomings that quick play had when it came to populating servers, with a 23 out of 24 problem, which was offset by the presence of ad hoc connections. Again, it's this consistent problem where they are refusing to address the arguments people are making in favor of quick play. They refuse to address the argument that quick play is better than casual. All they can say is, no, quick play is bad. And that's it. They leave it at that. They don't address any of these fucking arguments. It is so frustrating. Meanwhile, he spent like the first 43 minutes of this video like conceding that we should make the game behave more like quick play, but not quite, not the whole way there. Just,
Any of the most stubborn of quick play heads would listen regardless. Holy shit.
Buddy, you're not doing yourself any favors. It's like, hey, quick play sucks, and everyone who supports it is they're hard heads, and they're not gonna listen. They're just not gonna listen, so I'm just not gonna bother with the arguments. Like, you're not doing yourself any fucking favors. It's a very, very quick way to get people to not want to listen to what you have to say if you're not even addressing the other side of the fucking aisle here by acknowledging what their arguments are, their actual arguments, and trying to find a way to dismantle them, or at least address them and talk about them, right? Yeah, and here we have like another appeal to authority argument. Like here's this Mastercoms post, someone that knows a whole lot more, and because they say it's bad, therefore it's actually bad, and then you can't have it back. You just can't have it back. Oh my god.
These people are in denial, and it turns out that a reason
you're just in denial. Quick play was actually fucking terrible. Casual mode, even though it's fucking abysmal dog shit, if we just made it behave more like quick play, basically just turning it into quick play, then that's fine. You're just in fucking denial. Like, oh my god, if you could. And again, the reason why they can't actually address the arguments in favor of quick play is because if they did, it would all point in the same direction. I'm repeating myself. It would all point in the same direction. Casual mode is worse. Despite quick play obviously having some flaws, it was not a perfect system. This is an argument that no one was making. Even in the face of those flaws, quick play was still better. Could it have used improvements? Absolutely. I said that in my Meet Your Match video. There's so many other things Valve could have done to improve the system and make it better. But instead of doing that, they ripped all of that out of the game and gave us fucking casual mode. Just...
roles like you see when you join mid-match may not have been as common back in the quick play days is because there was a system in place that essentially worked like this. If a bunch of people leave a single server all in quick succession, that server basically got this penalty that discouraged the quick play system from putting players into the server.
He didn't even read the next fucking line! Valve servers aren't subject to this algorithm! He didn't even read the fucking post! This server reputation score was only applied to community servers. You didn't even read the post you're citing. It's literally the next line. Dude. Oh my god. That is shocking that you couldn't even be bothered to read the post and try to understand what's being said here. Oh my god.
Reading it as basically, hey, the match has gone sour, people are leaving, don't put more people in here.
That's not how the server reputation score worked. When people stayed in a server for a short period of time, that was indeed indicative of a bad experience. Okay? But not because the matches were short and they were being subject to a losing game. It's because of the server advertisements or shitty server plugins that made for an overall sour experience. Because what he's doing right now, he's looking at quick play through the lens of casual mode, right? And it's like, oh, the reason why people left a server is because of a steamroll. That's like the only reason why people would have left back then. You know, so like, and again, he makes the assumption that this scoring system is applied to Valve servers, which it's not. And so that wouldn't be an issue to begin with. This server, the scoring system, like I'm having to fucking argue against something that is not true, which is fucking insane. Oh my god. Right? So like, the reason why that reputation score was implemented was to filter out bad community servers, and community servers are usually bad because they're giving a shitty experience, either in the form of having server advertisements, crappy like pay-to-win plugins, which was a problem back in the day, but then that too was also addressed by having an option where you would only go to Valve servers by default, and that was implemented in 2014. Bro was too busy cooming over the idea of Mastercom's validating that he didn't read the post. Someone saved the video, he'll probably delete it later out of embarrassment. Also, hello, how am I doing? Doing alright, man. Please just make a 15-minute video of your points on quickly like Gabber. Your audience is much larger, minimal editing too, who gives a shit. I have a plan here. I have videos planned. You'll see. I gotta keep working on them. Just like, in order to make arguments against quick play, you have to first understand how it fucking works, and he couldn't even be bothered to do that research. He couldn't even be bothered to like read the post that was in favor of his stance to the point where he makes an argument that is just wrong and makes him look even worse.
System does not exist in casual, so when a bunch of people leave a role, all casual thinks is, oh shit, we need to fill these slots fast.
You know how quick play worked? It only cared about your ping and your slot. Just like casual mode supposedly does in Fish's argument here. It only cared about putting people into a server. If there was a slot, it put you in. It had no score that like lowered a server's priority if a whole bunch of people just left. This is simply not true. This is not real.
Which it does to the best of its abilities, regardless of match quality. You can see here in the Snowy Coast match.
I'm still shocked he couldn't have even been bothered to read the next fucking line in the screenshot he put into his own video. He put this shit into his own video, and he didn't even read what he put in there. You must have really rushed this dude.
That some people left after the first round, so Casual funneled in a bunch of people as quick as it could, and thank God for that, since most of the people who did stick—
Quick Play did that too! Quick Play did this too! Like, fuck! Like, this happened in Quick Play as well, and also, you didn't have a fuckload of people suddenly bail out of an ongoing game because it wasn't a problem with Quick Play. Quick Play never had to deal with this issue. Because it was a non-issue. You didn't have half a team leaving a match all the time because of a steamroll, because players were actually incentivized to stay. Duh! And now he's making the argument of like, oh, well, casual mode deals with this problem that didn't exist before Meet Your Match so well, therefore it's better. It's like, hey, I have a fire blanket for my house that's on fire, but I didn't need it if I hadn't poured gasoline in the fucking bathtub and put a match in there. Ah! I'm getting mad. I know I'm just like, ugh, I'm losing my shit here.
Around were very insistent on only playing Spy and Sniper. They wouldn't have gotten anything done. And hey, it did a good job. After we trashed the enemy team the first time, the new players it brought in were actually able to beat us in a pretty balanced game. It was nice. Initially, I was tempted to say that a penalty system like this returning to casual could be beneficial, but thinking about it some more, I can see that this would probably be a bad idea. Not only because of the example I just gave, where Quick Play would have essentially ruined that Snowy Coast match because the people who
think it wasn't real
left assumed the match was a lost cause, but primarily because of parties. Think about it, this is way too easy to exploit. You're an asshole who just wants to ruin as many games as—
This now going on multi-minute long argument against Quick Play is based on something that is not even real.
Possible. You make a 6-stack of all your friends, or you just multi-box, you join a server, then boom, leave immediately. The server has a penalty telling players not to join, half of one team is just gone, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then you just do this over and over and over again on as many servers as you can join. Hell, you can even further abuse the 6-stack system by calling vote kicks and forcing even more people to leave. The worst part is what happened unintentionally
Again, none of this would ever happen because it's not real.
if a large party happens to leave a server for any reason, even if they're not.
Please, for the love of God, if you have a following this large, if you're genuinely trying to have what you want as a constructive argument, if you want to have constructive, meaningful arguments about the future, like I'm about to lose my fucking shit because you're a hypocrite by bitching about not having constructive and meaningful arguments when you can't even be bothered to do the bare minimum level of fucking research to put forth something that is factually correct. You couldn't even be bothered to do that. And with a following this big, do you know how many people are now going to think that this is true? Like, you can't use this as an excuse of like, oh, I just wanted to rush the video out. Like, you have to be so careful. Like, you fuckers, like other, like and I know we like made an agreement to not talk about each other anymore, but this is the last time I'll mention it. Other people in the fucking Chuckle Nuts bitch at me for like not being careful about what I say to my audience and like having to control my audience. Here is one of them doing the exact same thing they bitch and moan at me for. Like, you have to be so careful when you have a following now to make sure that what you're saying is well researched and understood. You can't just throw this out there and like pretend it's real. You probably thought it was real because you didn't read. And now you're paying the price by people calling you out on this bullshit in your own video. It's just, and it was so easily preventable if you just took a little bit more time and actually did research on what you're talking about.
Being actively malicious. The only way to prevent this from being exploited is if, 1, you didn't apply the penalty to parties, essentially counting the party leaving as one person leaving, so no harm, no foul, or 2, if you once again added one of the most universally hated features from launch casual, player penalties for leaving a server. I think we can all agree this would be a horrible idea. I don't even think the existence of casual in its current state is a crime worthy of crucifixion, but I'd be changing my
Pretty
tune
fucking
and grabbing
bad.
the lumber and nails if that shit got added again. You can't make me go back. This whole post was
Except you wouldn't be going back to this because it wasn't real. He must have done this on purpose or refused to believe he is this careless. I think he was this careless. I genuinely think he was, based on what he was saying on his streams of wanting to just rush this video out.
very enlightening, and I'd highly recommend that everyone read through it, if for no other reason than you can get an idea of exactly how bad Quick Play actually was.
And then this massive, like, 5-minute long argument about how Quick Play could have been bad was based off of a falsehood. Just, oh my god.
I'm so glad I didn't just hallucinate the fact that I didn't like Quick Play, or had a bias based on a handful of bad experiences.
You hallucinated this into existence, my friend, so I'm afraid I really can't trust anything you say.
There is so much shit that makes sense now that I've read this. Not only would Quick Play randomly put you into totally empty servers sometimes, but I always use
It's like, it's again, it's like they completely black out 2014 to 2016. It's like those 2 years just did not exist. Like, Quick Play only existed from its inception in 2011 to 2013. Whereas, like, from 2014 to 2016, the frequency at which you were put into empty servers was so low, especially in comparison to casual mode. The frequency at which you are placed into an empty server is so much higher than it ever was with Quick Play. How often are you placed into a half-empty or a completely empty server? All the time! Quick Play from 2014 to 2016 very rarely, if ever, did this. Because Valve had figured out some way to make that not happen so often. That was even one of, like, I think one of the patch notes they made in 2014. I have to go back and look at my video again. Where, like, they deliberately made a change so people would stop getting placed into empty servers. You did no research!
I've read this. Not only would Quick Play randomly put you into totally empty servers sometimes, but I always used to see servers in the browser filled up to only 23 players instead of 24. And now I know it's because Quick Play was literally incapable of
and see, this is a shortcoming of Quick Play. But this very, very tiny flaw of having one player short in your server, which also happens all the time in casual mode, most games are missing at least one player. It's such a non-issue. But when we had Quick Play, this basically non-issue was offset by ad hoc connections because you had so many individual players looking for a Valve server in the browser. Oh, perfect. 23 out of 24. Bam. Solved. Done.
a server up to 24 players. It couldn't fucking do it. The only reason servers ever filled up to 24 was because of people connecting through the server browser, and the only reason people were
And it got to 23 with just quick play on its own, which is something that casual mode cannot do consistently, even on popular maps. Oh my god.
even using the server browser to begin with was because quick play was so shit at getting you into a game. It's so
No, it wasn't. Again, it was really good. You had the show servers option, so you can pick a server if you wanted to. Post mid 2014 quick play put you into consistently populated servers all the time. Just go back and watch any fucking quick play video. Post fucking, I don't know, oh my god, what's the update's name? I'm driving. Post Love and War. Look at any quick play video post Love and War. You're gonna be getting put into a full game in seconds.
bad. It's so fucking bad, and people want this back.
Yes.
They genuinely cannot fathom a better system than this. It is incomprehensible to them. Once I started doing test matches with my burner account, that's when I decided to check my casual elo for both accounts, and I made an
Buddy. Come on. Just come on, man. I don't even know what to say to that. It's just ridiculous. People want it back for very clear and obvious reasons that you and so many others refuse to address. You dance around them and just call the system bad, and then pull shit out of your ass because you did failed research and got it completely wrong, to make it look bad. And apparently the people that want quick play are the toxic ones.
interesting discovery that pretty much changed the trajectory of this whole test and ended up saving me a lot of time. After only 5 matches on my burner account, my elo was almost the same as it was on my main account, only at a difference of 100 elo.
Again, we don't know if this is actually your elo score. We don't know what this rank is used for because we don't have eyeballs on the code that handles it. 23 out of 24 is a 4% difference compared to 11 out of 12. I mean, just one missing player in a server of 24 does not mean that much in the grand scheme. Sure, it sucks being down a player, but it's not that impactful, right? Whereas in casual mode, the frequency at which you're having to deal with something much more significant than a one-player discrepancy happens all the time. We wonder why we want the old system back.
My main account was around 1200, and my burner account
And yeah, the main thing is we don't even know if this is used in the matchmaker because we don't have the code for that.
was at 1300, so it was doing better after just 5 matches. Scrolling down, I saw that casual starts you off at a baseline of 1500 elo, and adds or subtracts from that based on your performance, and seeing as I did pretty well in my first match, it bumped it up by about 100 points. But by the end of my 5 matches, despite the fact that I was performing consistently well and my wins outweighed my losses, I still ended up losing 200 total elo from the baseline 1500. I talked to some friends of mine and they reported very similar elo rankings to me, pretty much all in the 1200 to 1300 range, even though we all play extremely differently from one another, with extremely different skill sets and extremely different map selections and extremely different play
this
styles.
just kind of comes to the conclusion that the matchmaking system really isn't doing anything. It's not really doing anything to make your games more balanced. It's kind of a superficial score that has no impact on the quality of your playtime. So it really doesn't matter.
As my fan-
So let's just get rid of it.
about this in my Discord server too. The lowest I saw was 1100 and the highest was 1500, and those were not common numbers. This is a super narrow range considering that my first match on the burner account got me up by 100 points. The disparity between any given player should be way higher. Hell, even the guy who made the video that showed me how to check my elo in the first place had a ranking that was almost the same as my burner account.
I wonder what result displayed ranking actually is. I wonder what that variable is actually used for. What else could it be used for if not your actual, like, matchmaking rank? I don't know. Because if it's such a narrow range, what other variable could be assigned to that? It could have something to do with the scoreboard or something. I don't know. I just don't think that's actually your matchmaking rank.
Would wager that the vast majority of people who play TF2 on any semi-regular basis have their elo in this extremely narrow 1100 to 1500 range. I'm anxious to hear if anyone in the comments has something outside of this
Again, we don't know
range.
that's actually your elo.
So the conclusion I've come to as a result of this is that
You gotta make a break, man. You better not die on us here and cringe in disbelief. I'm just like I've watched various bad videos in the past, videos made in bad faith, videos that just got things flat out wrong, videos that are bad for funny reasons, but I think the worst one is when you're like presenting something that you did no research on and then passing it off as a fact and then risking people genuinely believing that moving forward. That is a severe disservice to any community that you could exist in.
Outside of extremely niche circumstances, your elo straight up does not matter, and the matchmaker may as well be totally random for all the difference it makes. At this point, I decided it wasn't even worth continuing the test with the burner account, since the results are going to be basically the same. I'd basically just be playing 200 rounds on my main for all the difference.
Then why even bother doing the experiment in the first place if you're going to drop it halfway through?
Made. No thank you. I even felt this way during my matches. It didn't seem like they were all that different from my main accounts, and that's because they weren't.
In
and if
short,
elo
I'm
alone
tired.
is enough to go by, there's a good reason for that. At the very least, whatever seems to be causing steamrolls to exist in the first place doesn't seem to have anything to do with the elo system. If it's the fault of matchmaking at all, it's a completely different system at play. So what the hell is going on here? Well, what I think
I have to finish these fucking videos, man. I'm so sorry. You want to know why I've been slow making these videos? I've been reading The Martian. I know it's no excuse, but I got sucked into reading The Martian over the past week. And I've kind of been neglecting working on my videos in my free time because I've been reading a book. So, I'm almost done. I promise. I got that much more to go. Just that little sliver. So, I'm going to try to finish it tonight. I only have like 80 pages. Or not even 80 pages. I have like... How much do I have left? I have like, what do I got here? Oh, shoot. I got like 30 pages. I can knock this out tonight. I got 30 pages to go. So, I'll finish the book tonight, and then I'll, like, not have that excuse anymore.
think is happening here is that Valve wanted an elo system in casual to get people matched into better games, but didn't want to fully commit to it being super strict, since it is still casual at the end of the day. So it's this sort
I
of
have a life, I'm
half-measure of an elo
sorry. I only
system
have a
that
certain
keeps
amount of free time.
everyone in around the same place, and as a result, doesn't actually do anything. This raises the obvious question of why even bother having an elo system in the first place if it doesn't actually do anything. Of course,
And why is the matchmaking system even here? By extension, why is it even here?
that raises a follow-up question of whether or not it's worth getting rid of if the results would be the same, which is to say, the matches you get put into are essentially random.
They are.
Now, if the existence of elo is directly responsible for other problems outside of match balance, like say, longer queue times, or preventing the suggested pseudo ad hoc system from working, then hell yeah, I say get rid of it. But I have
Then that's it. We've come full circle. No point in keeping the current system. Just get rid of it. If it does nothing, get rid of it.
no idea if the elo system is having any kind of detrimental impact on the game. I can't jump to conclusions on that sort of thing without knowing exactly what the casual system is doing when it's running checks to put you into a game. Wow, editing addendum again. Apparently I picked a good time to make this video. So that recent stealth patch that reduced the pre-round timer not only did that, but it also fixed the issues that Wheezy was having with MVM queuing that he mentioned in his most recent video.
Yes.
And it also improved casual matchmaking speed across the board, with basically everyone I've seen talk about this mention some
Cool. Queue times are shorter. All of the other problems are still there. Fantastic. The problem was never queue times. We went from 15-second queue times with quick play to 3-second queue times in casual mode. Sick. And even then, quick play queue times are oftentimes less than 10 seconds. That was never the problem. The fucking problem is everything else that we've been talking about.
substantially faster queue times.
Getting into the server is step 1. We are not addressing steps 2 through 20.
Even for semi-obscure maps. I was even queuing with a friend late into the night and still got put into full matches within a few seconds. It is noticeably faster than it ever has been. This was after a period of a couple of days where
I do wonder what they changed to get people into servers faster. That is my curiosity.
matchmaking was actually unbearably slow.
You can just re-queue into a stomp a lot faster now. It's basically what it is.
And a Reddit post that Jill made clears things up a bit. And
Not really. They just changed things to make it snappy, apparently. They didn't explain shit.
of course, in response, the people who are normally very insistent that bringing back
Oh,
quick play and
fuck
fixing casual
you,
are the same
dude.
thing
Yes.
are very
Okay, let's go back and so get your Nito update and bring back quickly. This would be a ton easier and a ton better than trying to resuscitate this rotten corpse. Fair argument to make.
very upset.
Come on, go back,
Very
go back.
insistent that bringing back quick play and fixing casual
Revert meet your match. Please just remove the matchmaking system and add back features Quick Play had. Not only would it drastically improve the game, but it would be less work for you guys to upkeep. There's no excuse for why we have to put up with this broken, dysfunctional system. That will never work with this game. Your mitigations won't do shit. Just remove the trash matchmaking and give us Quick Play back for fuck's sake. It's like, these are reasonable reasonable requests here, right? Like they're trying to paint this as harassment. This is what I hate. Like, obviously, don't be overtly mean to the one developer that is trying to have communication with us. Like, obviously, don't do that. Don't just say mean, vitriolic shit. But, like, when this is the only Valve employee that is making a public statement about anything happening wrong in the game, how else are people supposed to react? Like, if this is our only conduit of direct communication with a Valve employee, is it really surprising that people are getting upset by Valve putting on yet another Band-Aid fix for something that's now a 10-year-long problem? Like, you can't blame anyone for being angry and saying this system fucking sucks. Please do something more substantial than putting on another Band-Aid, right? And it's not even like meaningful communication. Like Jill's reply was to a Reddit post that had absolutely zero visibility, that only got visibility once people found it and people started talking about it. Otherwise, it would have remained this obscure thing that no one would have seen. It was a meaningless communication. And then people found it, and it's like, oh shit, finally, like Valve said something, finally something about the problems with the matchmaker. Finally, a statement that they're working on something. Can you blame anyone for being upset?
Are the same thing, are very, very upset that Valve is making actual efforts to fix casual.
It's not even an effort to fix it. They're putting a Band-Aid on a recurring problem that was happening for multiple years now, where every time they put more maps into the game, it fucking breaks the queue times. So they had to do some other Band-Aid fix to make queue times faster. I'm glad they did. We'll see how long it holds when the next seasonal update cycle begins. I don't trust it to function that well during fucking Scream Fortress. We will see, right? And this is like the only genuinely mean comment that you saw under what were like probably over 100 responses to Jill's post, most of which were constructive, most of which were airing out the problems with the matchmaking system that Valve was not addressing. Most of the replies to that post were negative, but they were constructive and they were cordial. And what is Fish doing? He's pulling out like the one or two overtly negative and mean responses and painting everyone that wants quick play back as a mean, evil, nasty person. Everyone I don't like is Hitler. That's what this is boiling down to. I fucking hate this shit. It's such bad faith, and and again, Fish, you're wanting to have constructive, meaningful arguments, and when you try to paint everyone on the other side as these unreasonable, hard-headed assholes, which is simply not true, we're the ones that have been having to lead these nuanced discussions until you guys decide to step in and then pull this shit with an uninformed, rushed video putting out blatant misinformation because you couldn't even be bothered to read a fucking Reddit post. Like, you wonder why people are kind of upset with you? Just a little bit? When you do shit like this? Like, yeah, this is mean. You shouldn't have said, like, don't say this to Jill. Don't say this to the Valve employee. Like, I'm shocked you haven't been fired. This is one of the few people that Valve allows to work on Team Fortress 2. They are our direct connection. Don't be mean to the guy. Seriously. But you can certainly, like, vent your frustrations and say, hey, game's broken. Are you guys doing anything about that? Or are we just going to keep getting these Band-Aid fixes? It's okay to be frustrated, just don't be overtly mean to the developer.
They're the good guys. Now, I don't know if matchmaking speed is the only thing that's changed here. My guess of what—
No, they're the bad guys. We're the good guys. We're the good ones. Because, like, well, we didn't say that Jill should be fired. You know, we're not like this one guy that we're using to paint everyone else that wants quick playback. Oh my fucking god, this guy, I swear.
What's happened is that the matchmaking system is just way less strict about putting the player in certain ping regions, but I don't know if anything else has changed under the hood.
I would love to know what change they made to make queue times go so fast.
Some people have speculated that the skill-based portion of matchmaking has been disabled, and I don't think that's the case. For one thing,
we don't know.
The MVM queue fix shows that this may not have had anything to do with skill-based matchmaking, since MVM doesn't have skill-based matchmaking at all. And for another thing, the ELO stat still exists and functions as usual, and I tried out a few matches to see if the team balancing was any different, and they seem pretty normal, actually surprisingly balanced all things considered. I even stuck around for a few in-progress games that seem to be doing just fine. At the very least, we can conclude that the existence of ELO is not slowing down queue times, since this fix proves that they seem to be totally unrelated factors, and we can indeed have ELO and fast queue times at the same time.
I want to know
and if
what
that applies
did.
to my pseudo—
We can have ELO and fast queue times, ELO that doesn't do anything. So again, why is it here?
ad hoc suggestion, that's even better. All this to say that I don't know if the recent update fucks with my data at all, but hey, it's still useful to show you what we've been dealing with since Blue Moon for the most part, and I did not spend 3 months getting this data for nothing. I want this video.
I mean, you kind of did. Sorry. I'm sorry to say that a lot of this data doesn't really come to anything conclusive whatsoever. Like, anecdotal experiences, subjective experiences with how you're playing with 100 matches, it's like, if you... Again, if you hadn't rushed the video, man, you could have pulled something out a lot better here, but...
Out already. Here's my take. If it doesn't matter either way, then it doesn't matter. So may as well keep the system in place with a small amount of people who do benefit from its existence.
What argument is that? If it doesn't matter either way, it doesn't matter either way. So just keep the awful system in place for the few people that actually benefit from it. Oh my god. I'm assuming that's what he's saying. In favor of casual mode, right?
If it's having any kind of detrimental impact on the game in the form
Or
of
ELO, rather.
longer queue times, or
Right, which by extension is the matchmaking system. So why have either?
somehow incurring team stacks despite the fact that so many people are nearly identical elo, then yeah, get rid of the Glyco system and go back to the way casual used to work without it. On top of all the suggested additions.
Using a different matchmaking system that also didn't work. Or use a different matchmaking system that will also likely not work because of how complex Team Fortress 2 is, thus not addressing any of the problems that a matchmaking system has that makes the steamrolls happen in the way they do with things like slot reservations.
Fixes. There is precedent for the system existing in the game, so ideally it wouldn't be
What
too difficult
precedent?
to go back to, but that's
What fucking precedent do we need matchmaking? Why do we need it? The game was designed to not have matchmaking and was perfectly fine without it for the first 8 years of its existence.
not a guarantee. And I'm sure if I actually sat down and talked to someone at Valve about this, then they'd have a lot to tell me about how complicated all this shit is. Obviously, it would be nice if ELO worked as advertised and got you into balanced, fun games every single time, but I think a part of the reason why Valve even went with this
That doesn't work for any video game.
measure approach in the first place is that this would lead to longer queue times and smaller games, because the amount of people who match with each other extremely well would be quite small. And even then, it's not like me and all my friends and all of my fans are at an identical skill level, so there would still be a huge disparity in skill between players if all you're judging is their ELO level. The player base of TF2 simply isn't big enough to account for this sort of
I
system.
agree. No more half measures. We're tired of half measures that don't actually get at the core of the problem, that don't actually solve casual mode's dysfunctionality and the miserable experience we're subject to. We are more than ready for genuine, substantial, and meaningful changes to the system that we have been subject to for a decade. I'm so tired of it. And I'm so tired of people trying to make compromises and concessions for a system that is never going to provide an experience anything remotely as good as Quickplay did. I am so fucking tired of it.
Especially in smaller regions. So in conclusion, I think the matchmaker, and obviously casual as a whole, is definitely in need of some tune-ups, but it's also not nearly as bad as I thought it was going into this. The issues of constantly getting matched into one-sided steamrolls that you have no chance of winning really primarily come as a result of joining into games in progress. Otherwise, I pub stomped about as much as I felt I should for someone who's been playing the game for as long as I have, with one of the easiest and most effective classes that I have a lot of experience with. I can't tell you how much that shit did for my imposter syndrome. And hey, that's how it worked in the old days. Everyone wants to go back to the German Star days, but without the part where they get pub stomped by Star, I
Oh my fucking god, dude.
guess. A lot of these matches that I rolled
Again, you're making the bad faith argument in that you think people are saying the game used to not have stomps and steamrolls.
through probably would have been a lot more balanced if I had decided to play basically anything else, which is what I normally do when I'm playing anyway. I wouldn't say I was exactly sweating my ass off the entire time. My only rule was that I couldn't throw the match by waiting around until the other team capped or anything like that, since it would obviously have a serious impact on the results of the data. I wanted this to be as clean as possible.
And
Obviously,
gee, I wonder why Germa and Star left. I wonder why they fucking jumped ship. Star's biggest reason is because of what they did with fucking Meet Your Match. Germa was already kind of branching out and doing more things, but we lost more than just Star and other people because of how Valve fucked the game with a matchmaking system. Like, yeah, we also want to go back to the time period when these guys also found the game more fun. Is that really a surprise?
There were still games where I was up against impossible odds, but they're in such a vast minority that I'm kind of okay with that. I went into this video thinking that the matchmaker must be screwing up in some catastrophic way.
Muse up
because
too.
anytime I think back to my time streaming
Many
TF2
other competitive players too. Well,
or
competitive
just trying
kind
to
of
play
separate issue
casually
because,
to get
there's no money in it.
footage, I just remember roll after roll after roll. Something horrible has to be going on here. But really, it turns out that may not be the case at all, at least not based on my results. Really, all of this work and effort and data collecting has made me come to the unsurprising result that joining games in the middle of losing is likely to result in you losing. That was worth several months of my time. Actually, no, it wasn't. This sucked and I kind of hated it. Not even necessarily the process of needing to play the same thing 100 times in a row. Shotgun Soldier's a blast to play. No, just this tedious, mechanical process of going over every single game I managed to get into to judge whether or not it's balanced, instead of just not caring and having fun with the game. Leaving a bunch of honestly
I
perfectly
mean, you kind of did it to yourself, man, in order to make like a competent video, but you just kind of
fine matches
Didn't
just
do it.
because they're not useful to my data
Didn't
since I joined
finish.
maybe a minute too late.
Ultimately
All in
come to
service
results
of
that are not
contributing
good.
to a tired
Or useful,
conversation
rather.
that I've been well sick of having with some of the most stubborn,
Okay, let's go through this piecemeal, shall we? We'll slow this down.
tired conversation that I've been well sick of having with some of the most stubborn,
Yes, definitely. Even though I never got to experience it myself, I've heard stories of so many different community servers lose their player bases and shut down as soon as Quick Play was removed. Re-implementing Quick Play would not only reintroduce the casual player base back into community servers, but would also help make matches more fun and satisfying. TF2 won't be fixed until old official public servers and Quick Play is back. The bots are gone? Great. Now revert to Quick Play. Apparently, these comments reflect stubbornness instead of genuine concerns and reasons to have Quick Play back. This is like the only mean comment. Yet another Valve apologist fence sitter. In response to what? We don't know.
dense.
Okay, so we have dense now. So we have
I've
dense.
been well sick of having with some of the most stubborn, dense,
Dense. Yeah, I agree that adding Quick Play back wouldn't work. It'd be much easier to modify the rules of casual to kind of bring Quick Play back. I don't want Quick Play, I just want features of Quick Play, which is, again, what Fish effectively did in this whole fucking video. It's always like this and the movement goes nowhere, sigh. How to fix casual, remove matchmaking, put back everything Quick Play had, put Valve servers in the browser /ad hoc, clean up the UI, wow, it's just Quick Play, we all want the same thing. Failing to see how this is dense or stubborn. Actually being informed on TF2 Quick Play versus casual is really funny. I've turned off closed captions. It's really funny because the casual apologists just all insist Quick Play was awful and should never be brought back, but then their take to fix casual mode is to more or less reinvent Quick Play through updating how casual works. Which is literally what Fish has been doing this entire video. Again, leading me to believe that he has zero idea what what he put into this video and like wasn't listening to what he was saying. If I have to hear that bringing back Quick Play and improving casual are the exact same thing one more time, I'm going to scream. Buddy, you made a whole video basically doing the same thing.
delusional.
Delusional. I will agree that this individual was not handling bring back Quick Play as well as they did. They did say a couple of kind of nutty things, but using this one individual to then paint everyone who wants Quick Play back as like a delusional psychopath is again acting in bad faith. Like, how is that charitable in any fucking way possible? Not to mention all the people in that Discord were calling out this guy for saying wild shit. So,
Humorless.
humorless. One shitpost gives you rent-free slot in their heads. Fuckers wouldn't last a day and save TF2. It's so funny that like they acknowledge that they're being openly antagonistic, that they were being openly antagonistic in their tweets and shit. Everyone who wants to talk about this issue in any way gets dogpiled by those very same fans for not saying the exact correct thing in the exact correct way. Yeah, as if you and your ilk don't shamelessly try to humiliate a small group of people who wrote a letter to Valve about the state of casual mode by mocking it in the form of a parody letter on Twitter, making them look like a complete laughingstock in the process. You guys are considered some of the biggest TF-tubers today, and yet this is the type of shit that you pull behind closed doors. You have the behavior of a petulant child. I know and talk with a lot of these guys, and they are the complete opposite of what you described. Meanwhile, you only choose to pay attention to a minority of bad apples that are constantly poisoning the well of this discourse. Newsflash, yours and the rest of your friends' audiences have acted the same way long before this discussion even became a hot-button topic. For years, people have been constantly lambasted and berated almost every time they put forth any real efforts to get Valve's attention on the game. Not just for wanting quick play back, but even during the Unmute Free-to-Plays campaign. And to no surprise, you guys took no hesitation in making fun of that as well. Zesty called out map bloat issue years ago, and all of a sudden in comes a massive wave of harassment his way. Same thing happened to him because you blindly assumed he had a hand in buying that dumb something special for someone special ring that someone obviously bought to try and stain his image. How the fuck do you think he feels? You guys honestly should be ashamed of yourselves. Someone being critical of their actions on Twitter, which are frankly shitty. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Openly mocking a small player-based movement, right? Shouldn't be doing that. That just comes off as bad faith. That's fucked up, you know what I mean? Does not make you look good. So apparently, this criticism of their actions now means anyone that is in support of quick play is now like this horrible person that shouldn't be listened to. Like, come on now.
Vile.
This is stupid. Like, obviously don't say this. Once again, you have like a handful of schizos from 4chan that say this crazy unhinged crap, and then they use that to paint everyone that's in support of quick play as doing this exact same shit, which is simply not true. I can play the exact same fucking game and go into like even this own comment section under his own video of people being equally as antagonistic towards people that want quick play. Like, this goes both ways. I can cherry pick some mean comments and then paint anyone that's in defensive casual mode as equally as volatile.
And
Intolerable. This is stupid, I agree. Casual tard coping has never stooped so low. Reddit TF2 fans on their way to defend the poor multi-billion-dollar company corporation from harassment. Don't forget death threats. I see you ever, yada, yada, yada. It's like,
tolerable
buddy, mean comments on the internet happen every day.
people in this game's community for well over a year now. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to actually playing the game like a regular person now and not a robot, and making videos about things that people actually want to see from me.
Come on, man. Just a really, really bad video. Just a really bad video. That's it. That's the video. Just... I would love to see anyone actually address the arguments that people put forth in favor of quick play directly, instead of dancing around it, calling quick play bad, calling the people who support it bad. Actually address the arguments we're trying to make instead of just dismissing it and ignoring it altogether. Can someone actually do that? Please make a real and genuine attempt at some point. I've yet to see it. We've been waiting. I've been waiting for a year now for a serious refutation to like what I said in my Meet Your Match video. I've yet to see it at all. That was the moment I realized Fish wasn't cool anymore. Not that he ever was, but I threw my hands up laughing. I'm sorry to say this, but I have never felt more relieved to openly despise this guy. I mean, you consume whoever's content you want to consume, but fixing TF2's terrible weapons, son, or TF2's casual mode isn't great. Let's fix it, daughter. I mean, he needs to pay more attention to his son, I think, because this video was really, really, really bad. Just really bad. People are telling me to check the pinned comment. I'll refresh the page. Maybe it's changed, or maybe it's the same one. I'm assuming it's the same one. Yeah, it's the same one. So, once again, pinned comment he's put on his video basically boils down to Valve's never going to bring back quick play. They're just not. But complaining, they're just not, guys. Complain all you want, they're never, ever, ever going to do it. If you will only be satisfied by a full quick player version, just give up, go play a different game, or go exclusively play on community servers. It's just not going to happen. I can confirm this and would put money on it. Okay. Come on, man. I don't blame Music for leaving TF2 for Overwatch and Fortnite. I don't either. I don't blame anyone for leaving TF2 post Meet Your Match. Like, all the fucking power to them. Music was chasing his career, chasing his bag. I don't blame the guy at all. You go for it, buddy. Quick play has been dead for 10 years now. It's been gone longer than it's ever existed, and a huge portion of people who are playing the game right now never experienced it. Bringing back quick play is the ultimate trust me on this one bros argument, because you're trying to get people to put faith in the tried and true old thing good, new thing bad. Except this is just kind of true, and you're not addressing any of the arguments in support of this. Like, you're not addressing any of the arguments that are saying that quick play is better and casual mode is worse. It's not a trust me bro situation. We have given very meticulously outlined and heavily detailed arguments as to why casual mode is worse, and no one is addressing them. No one's addressing them. Especially, and not even you. When it turns out people who are pushing for quick play had no idea the major problems that existed within quick play that essentially made bringing back quick play and fixing it impossible. Again, just not true. Arguing to improve casual instead of a full quick play reversion should have been the goal from the failed bring back quick play move from the start, but instead were extremely stubborn and refused anything less. I fail to see how that's a problem. And now they've accomplished nothing because literally no one knows what they even want, least of all the quick play crowd. Okay, the quick play crowd knows what we want. The problem with the bring back quick play movement is 1, they rushed it. 2, they did not explain exactly what the movement was trying to do, nor how quick play functioned, how casual mode is worse. The whole bring back quick play movement failed because you cannot properly articulate the very nuanced problems that casual mode has and how quick play could be better in a 2-page letter that one could read and go, oh, now I get it. It's just not possible. That's why it failed. They constantly conflate server rules and the ability to use ad hoc with quick play. No, we don't. We want both of these things back, not just one. The button you use to click when you want to activate quick play, it's confusing as hell because the vast majority of people arguing for the existence of quick play have no idea what quick play even is. Yes, we do. Much less the people they're trying to convince. No, trust me, we do. And we can absolutely educate people as to how quick play functioned. I've been doing that for a long time now. If you actually watched my fucking video, you would know this. But instead you pridefully say you're not going to. And don't educate yourself in general by even reading the post that you bring up in defense of your positions. Quick play's fundamental flaws are substantially worse than casual modes, even if they are, in some conceivable universe that quick play's flaws are worse than casual modes, it's still provided a better experience. Refute that argument. Casual's existing flaws mainly come from being extremely rushed and having limited resources after TF2 stopped getting major updates. There are loads of issues that can be tweaked and completely fixed given the proper amount of time and effort, including the ones that people are frequently saying is impossible to fix. Maps reset, yada yada yada. Failed bring back quick play movement, ignoring the chuckle nuts, sabotage. What a nupty enough with the damn gaslight fish. Speak straight, have more money. Thank you, Matt. No, yeah, that too. Like, I mean, all the negative press they were giving them with their shitty posts was not helping either. You know, being openly antagonistic towards these guys absolutely created much more of a strong negative light on them. I need to ask, as I've been tuned out of TF2 for a while now, who and what are the Chuckle Nuts? I remember them hearing about them making a mocking parody of Open Letters. So they're a YouTuber group comprised of Fish Stick on a Stick, Great Blue, The What Show, Zenith, Raw, and a couple of other guys. Basically, all of the largest, most active TF2 YouTubers right now have come together to make like this YouTuber conglomerate. And they're called the Chuckle Nuts. Like they have their podcast and they make videos together. And on their Twitter account, they were basically, you know, making passive-aggressive jabs at the notion of bringing back quick play and also the movement. It's just a shitty look. None of it's good. You shouldn't be doing that. It's petty and childish. And people have been calling them out for doing that because just not fucking cool. After all this talk of Muzoke and Star, I just wanted to say I hope you stay in the TF2 community for at least a while. I mean, I'm not going anywhere because I can still at least play the game on community servers, so I can get that much out of it. So I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. We already know the rest of this is bullshit because he misinterpreted what was going on here inside the inside of Mastercom's post. Can no one really think of anything better? Can no one really think of anything that's better than quick play? I mean, I can think of quick play with improvements that's better than quick play, and both of those things are still better than casual mode, but the argument that we keep making is quick play is better than casual. And it's just less work to bring back a system that already exists and the code is in the game. Sure, it'll take some work, but it's significantly less effort than to go back and like make additional band-aid fixes onto a matchmaking system that's fundamentally flawed down to its very core. You can't possibly conceptualize that at all. I mean, of course we can. We can pull out this absolutely perfect system and demand Valve to make it, but we've also got to keep things a little bit reasonable. And I think the most reasonable and direct way to address casual mode's problems is to go back to quick play. I mean, obviously quick play wasn't perfect. It did indeed have its flaws, and we could request for those flaws to be improved or fixed. That would be like the conceptualized reality that we would want, right? There's an alternative timeline where quick play never got removed, and all the excuses that people make for quick play's horrible shortcomings would get them labeled as Valve shills and bootleggers because some of you people genuinely think quick play can do no wrong. That's not what we're saying, man. At least this time you say some of you and not all of you. And that anyone who points out its glaring flaws is lying to you or being... No one is saying they're lying or being dishonest. What the point is that they're not addressing that quick play is better than casual mode. Please get a grip on reality. It's never coming back. Awesome. And I know he's made several other replies in this comment section. He's been getting ratioed here and there by a few other people. It's just... it's just all so tiresome. It's just... Fuck, man. Like... I gotta get my videos out so I can more properly articulate how things used to be better, what could be done to make the game play better, and what we should be asking for, and how to get everyone on board, and not people that know how quick play functioned and were there to experience it, or those that agree. Gotta expand it more. Just started deleting comments under that pinned post. I wonder if that's actually true. Either way, man. That was a fucking awful video, Fish. You did yourself a disservice in several ways. 1, you rushed your video. 2, you didn't do your research. 3, you were openly antagonistic towards people on the other side of the aisle despite you claiming you want to have constructive discourse about these things. Doing all of those things just make this video, like, first of all, it makes you untrustworthy. Like, why would anyone rely on you speaking the truth in a video when you've made something as abysmal as this? That is filled with things that you did not accurately research or appropriately research and thus spin out something that's just simply not true in several instances, right? Mainly the quick play shit about the server scoring thing and how servers would not fill back up after people leave, which was just never a thing. Like, you couldn't even be bothered to read that crap. Come on, dude. Are you really surprised that people are giving you a negative reaction to this? Like, you were already getting a negative reaction before I even streamed today. Like, your dislike ratio is already at like 75%, and you were getting all these comments before I even said anything, calling you out on everything I called you out on today, and pointing out your flaws and what have you. It's just... oh my god. And again, if you're going to make a video critical of something, trying to engage in a discourse or an argument, you have to do your research. You have to take your time. You can't just rush it out for the sake of putting out more content. You know what I mean? I mean, you can, but it's going to make the validity of anything you say much less impactful and much less meaningful. You did yourself no services here by rushing this video out. It could have been a lot better if you did your research, took more time, but you didn't. Now you're paying the price. You did it to yourself. Goddamn. Do better next time, I guess, is all I can say. And also, calling people grifters in your own comment section is not a good look either. I wonder if I can even find that comment. It's buried somewhere. There's a... Hold on, let me find it. I think I have a screenshot of it because people were posting it in my Discord. I mean, saying things like this too, do you know favors? Are you speaking from the experience of someone so thin-skinned that you hyperventilate over a joke tweet about Pipeline? Imagine being so toxic over people that want to play Pipeline. Like, you're not really helping yourself here, man. You're really not. Where's that comment? I want to find it. Someone had it in my Discord. I know I have it pinned here. Let me pull it up. Is this it? Where is it? Ah, hell. It's in this comment section. Maybe this is it. I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. Right here. Whatever good intentions they may have had been utterly corrupted into a grift. Maybe not an intentional one, so why call it a grift, because doing a grift means that it is intentional, but a grift nonetheless that will ensure that no changes that TF2 or Casual gets will ever be good enough if they're not a full quick play reversion. They will keep beating on the drum to fight for a 0% chance at their ideal victory condition over a 1% chance of an acceptable compromise that actually has a chance of happening and would still provide a worse experience. And this is something else insane too. I'm sure some of them do indeed want the game to be improved. We all do, man. That's why we're making these arguments. It's not like a minority of us want the game to be improved. We all do. That's why we're making this argument. But if they're going to be so close-minded that they refuse to accept any improvements over the ones they've decided are best, then all they'll encourage is stagnation. And they're going to hide behind the shield of wanting to improve the game, which we do, when they have the ability to play the game exactly as they want, already in the game in the form of community servers, because there's just so many of those. Left Behind after Meet Your Match fucking killed them, dude. Their issue is that everyone else isn't forced to play the same way. Ironic calling these people close-minded when you seem to have manifested this false reality in your head about what these people actually want. Anyway, there's more comments like this in his comment section. He's just not doing himself any favors, really. Like, oh my god, dude. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done. I've been streaming for fucking 4.5 hours. It's 4.5 hours looking at this bullshit. Just really would like to see someone make a serious argument in favor of, or against quick play, or in favor of casual mode that doesn't boil down to just making casual mode behave like quick play and making concessions for a system that has no reason to be here in the first place. Waiting for any serious arguments against that, you know. I'm excited to talk with Mastercoms because we're gonna hopefully have a nice, fun, you know, speculation session. Like, if we could have anything we wanted in the world, I wonder what the agreements or disagreements are going to be on that one. Like, I want to pick her brain to see, like, what the fuck's going on there. You know, what do they think? What do we think? So on and so forth. That's going to be good to have, hopefully, some genuine constructive discourse. I don't know when that's going to happen, but whenever she's ready to have it, we'll do it, and we'll do it on stream. Should be a fun time, but when that happens, I will let you know. Yeah, and I missed a donation. I apologize. Do you think this near universal resistance to quick play is more about you than anything else? That's what it feels like. If so, I'm sorry. My presence is definitely contributing to a non-zero amount of the resistance, but I also think people like Fish just overly focus on a handful of negative or annoying comments and then blow those negative or annoying comments up to represent the majority, which is simply not true. They even began to call me the Asmongold of TF2. I don't fucking care if listen, if I'm the Asmongold of TF2, can I have the money that comes with it? Because you can call him whatever you want. Dude's filthy fucking rich. Can I, like, have that money too? Can I be the Asmon of TF2 or just be a fucking I'll take the roaches. I'll just stop cleaning my room and take the roaches. Does the money come too? I'll take it. I'll take the title if it comes with the payout. That doesn't bother me at all. Oh Lord, check his community tab. Oh God, do I care to extend this even more? Posted 3 hours ago. Oh my God, it's a wall of text. Back again with one of these. Hopefully this is the last time I'll have to apologize for slow progress on videos. Plan to get some videos out earlier this month. Had to delay them. Now I'm about to go through the last second move. It's going to be eating into next week or so until I get settled in. Don't want to go into too many details about personal life, but long story short, need to get away from my abusive mother and make sure that she can't find me and make a quick move to best way you do that. Hopefully you get out of that awful situation. And this is why I didn't want people talking about his mom in chat, because you don't know the details of this guy's personal life. Like, you simply don't. All right. So making shitty comments about his mother is something that I would not stand for. And that's why I said what I said at the beginning of the stream, that I would just be banning anyone who did that, right? Because you don't know what the fuck's going on in this guy's life. And it turns out some really nasty real life shit was bleeding over into his streams. Frankly, unavoidable, especially if he has an abusive mother, right? That sucks. That's awful. So I hope he gets away forever and doesn't have to deal with that shit anymore. Best to you, buddy. Hopefully you can get away from that, because that's just shitty. So that's why you don't talk shit about people's families or people's personal lives or people's homes and families and whatnot, because you have no idea what's going on in their personal lives for you to, like, appropriately comment on, right? So don't do that shit. It's not cool. Hopefully he gets into a better living situation. The response to the casual video was basically what I expected. Felt I'd take one for the team and publicly display exactly why it is that no one talks about the issues that casual has when you get a hive mind swarm rating your video for not saying the exact correct thing. And that's not why people are rating your video, man. And you went out of your way to attack them in your video multiple times. Like, if you wanted to present constructive arguments, the last thing you want to do is attack the other side of the aisle. and actually do your research and not rush something out. So that's entirely on you to have the negative reaction that it's getting. Come on, man. And like, if you were really wanting to talk about the reasons why people don't want to talk about these things, then maybe expand upon that more instead of just making these bad faith arguments and trying to make everyone who's in favor of quick play looking like a fucking Nazi supporter or part of like a larger hive mind, that kind of thing. It's the last thing you want to do. Shout out to the one person who gave me a $5 channel membership just to hate watch my video and be the first person to leave a dislike. That's not what happened, dude. Your video was public on a VOD, and that's why everyone got to see it before you released it. You got to be careful about showing things on stream. I guess giving the people you directly oppose money is just on par for the course for you guys. Again, your video was on a public VOD, and everyone watched it. Do appreciate the response from those who didn't make up their mind on the video before watching it, except we did watch it. Though I feel that the quick play discussion has drowned out a lot of actual discussions around literally everything else in the video, though I did appreciate the people who did a detailed breakdown of each of my suggestions, even if some ended up disagreeing with them. Everyone who disagrees with me didn't watch my video. There's a lot I could have done differently and a lot more I could have done to go into detail on, but I wanted to get the video out fast because of the move, and I'm really sick of this conversation. Just wanted to say my piece in the vain hope that it would actually enact positive change in the game. Can't be an advocate for positive changes by attacking the other side of the argument. Maybe don't do that. Even if I'm totally wrong and the quick play really is the best thing since sliced bread, I'll take a 1% chance that my video does something good over a 0% chance that Valve will do a full quick play reversion again. He just doesn't know what's going to happen because he does not speak for Valve. And the rest is kind of irrelevant to the topic at hand. So, oh no, I'm done. That's kind of it. That's about it. I'm done. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm tired. Yeah. So gonna get back to work on my videos. Keep the casual mode sucking discussion going. Hopefully get more people talking about it too in constructive ways. You know, where they actually do their research and address the arguments people are making. That'll be good. And I'll see you guys on Saturday, where if TF2 Classified actually comes out, I'll be trying that on Saturday. If not, we'll be playing on my servers again. And I'll see you there. So thank you all for your lovely donations. You're all very kind people. And if you want to join the Discord, linked in the description below, you get notifications for when I go live and for when I upload videos. You can't talk in there, but you get notifications for things. And yeah. Don't be a dick to fish. Attack the ideas, not the person. Don't be a dick to Valve devs. Attack the work, not the person. That's about it. See you later.